When ice takes Don Lemon, all I can think to do is make lemonade. Hello, HBX, and hello to the rest of the gang. Did you not hear? Our pal GNN told me, and I had to delay the stream by a half hour while I thought of a pun for ice kidnapping Don Lemon. What a weird world. Let's first talk about the reason for the season. Then we'll talk about some news. Then we'll enjoy the cookout. Filthy bowl there. That would have been my guess for sure, Etch. And I won't even share the text-based humor because we are very much using slang from my gaming era. So here's the deal. It's the Wicked Cookout. That's where we get together in as the proletariat, I suppose, taking a day off of work to deny the man our profit from our day's labor. It is a baby form of the general strike, a good way to practice for the general strike. It is essentially, in essence, the same strategy on a smaller scale. It's the Wicked Cookout. Every Friday, that ice remains in Minneapolis from here on out. If you are unfamiliar with this, if this is your first ever cookout, welcome. What we're asking folks to do is to take the day off work to protest government abuses, as well as to make other folks aware of those government abuses. In this case, ICE trampling all over people's First Amendment rights, people's Second Amendment rights, people's 14th Amendment rights. So take a day off of work, throw a party. Your old pal Jake will be happy to provide the entertainment for that party, usually starting about a half hour late. Bjorn says, "You cute." Well, thank you. I appreciate that very much. The reference frame, good to see you. Say hello to Etch and Jake. HBX starting us off. Gotta tell you, gang, I am desperate to play more Holy Mackerel. If you weren't here on the last cookout, we were binging the sketch comedy series Holy Mackerel, and trying to also appreciate the context in which Holy Mackerel was made, amongst the rise and fall of a radical Catholic cult. Crazy stuff. But first, let's have a look at the most recent destroying, stepping on the balls of American rights by the U.S. government. Hey, I'll perhaps change this slightly. All right. Former CNN host, excuse me, this is from the BBC, Brandon Drennan writing. Former CNN host Don Lemon arrested after anti-ICE protest at Minnesota church. Former CNN host Don Lemon has been arrested after he entered a Minnesota church and filmed anti-immigration enforcement protesters as they disrupted a service. Lemon was taken into custody by federal agents on Thursday night while in Los Angeles covering the Grammy Awards, according to a statement from his lawyer, Abby Lowell. Don will fight these charges vigorously and thoroughly in court, the attorney said. Lemon went into the city's church in St. Paul on the 19th of January with a group of protesters who said one of the pastors was an immigration and customs enforcement official. Pause real quick. Why would protesters care what a pastor's day job is? I realize that the answer should be obvious, but there are folks who will wonder that. Because if you haven't been watching the news, ICE appears to be nothing but an excuse for the worst of us to torture the best of us. ICE has been assaulting civilians in the United States now for a year. And in Minneapolis in particular, they are being especially vicious. This is the same place where Trump during the campaign accused people of eating pets. Basically, they are Klansmen. And that's not an exaggeration. If anything, that's understating what these people are. They murdered Alex Preddy and Renee Good and Keith Porter Jr. 3 Americans. They are putting people in concentration camps. They are kidnapping children, etc., etc. I mean, a laundry list. They're macing people in the face without even issuing a command. They're just doing it to cause pain. They're threatening the lives of people, saying, if you raise your voice, I'll erase your voice. We're caught on camera saying that, boldly threatening that. So these folks that went into City's church in St. Paul, the 19th of January, we're protesting that a Nazi, that a Klansman, that a leader in ICE, 3 groups which will be interchangeable as far as future video games are concerned, shall we say, as far as society's overall regard for these people. A person such as that has no place leading a church, certainly should not be allowed to pretend as though they care about fellow humans. They don't. And relieving people of the illusion that such a person has anyone else's interests in mind is important. It's a service to the church as well as the community in general. You should know if you have a villain like that amongst your ranks. Don has been a journalist for 30 years, and his constitutionally protected work in Minneapolis was no different than what he has always done, Lowell said in a statement posted to Lemon's Instagram account on Friday. The lawyer added, this unprecedented attack on the First Amendment and transparent attempt to distract attention from the many crises facing the administration will not stand. In his own defense, Lemon said in a recent video, Once the protest started in the church, we did an act of journalism, which was report on it. President Donald Trump's administration initially sought to charge 8 people involved in the Minnesota church protest, citing a law that protects people in places of worship. Ironically, a law written to hinder people like Donald Trump. But a magistrate judge who reviewed the evidence presented by the Justice Department approved charges only for 3 of those involved, excluding Lemon. The government then sought to challenge that decision, but was turned away by an appeals court. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi criticized the protest during a previous visit to Minneapolis, saying in a Fox News interview that the scene was horrific. Do you find it interesting the way they use language? They'll use catastrophizing language if they are trying to make a left-wing person, or even just a reporter in this case. Don Lemon, I would not call left-wing by any means. But they'll use catastrophizing language. They'll exaggerate, use colorful language, etc., etc. If it's a matter of trying to make somebody look bad. But when it comes to themselves, they downplay everything. And if you were to describe them as, say, a Nazi, they will say, "Look at you, exaggerating. Look at you, endangering me by calling me such a thing." Even though, in truth, they are essentially Nazis. They are fascist. They are violent. They are racist. I don't know what else you could want. They're making concentration camps. The only thing that's not Nazi about them is, I suppose, that I don't think they have the intelligence to learn German. That's the major defining difference. Dust Mite the Boomer, good to see you, my friend, says Georgia Fort was arrested too. Good Lord. Ooh. The letter hack saying, have you seen the video from Georgia Fort, who was also arrested? See my blue sky post if not. No, I haven't. I will look at that. Blue sky, letter hack. Hey, all right, one sec. So back to the story. Let's finish reading this. U.S. Attorney General, we're going to pursue this to the ends of the earth. Harmeet Dillon from the Department of Justice Civil Rights Division said during an interview with podcaster Megyn Kelly on Friday. Oh, what an ass. The protests were part of ongoing unrest in Minnesota, where an operation by federal immigration agents has sparked confrontations that have left. All right, now I'm getting pissed off. Even the BBC's getting this wrong. Three U.S. citizens, two gun owners, but 3 U.S. citizens. Was Keith Porter Jr. a U.S. citizen? Yeah, that's so that's just wrong by the BBC. Jim Acosta, Lemon's former CNN colleague, wrote on social media in response to the arrest, "This is outrageous and cannot stand. The First Amendment is under attack in America." So I'm a little bit pissed off about the Keith Porter Jr. thing, although I don't want to make too big a deal because I do understand how it happens. We are a video-based society. I get it. It's just galling. It's galling because I understand why at first people made that mistake, I suppose, but it has been a month at this point, and I don't get why we can't get that right. Oh my gosh, Jay Dizzle, no. Don Lemon is not left wing. What is wrong with you? He is no journalist. He's an activist. And the BBC is wrong because you don't agree with it. No, the BBC is wrong because they said 2 U.S. citizens were killed, and the correct answer is three. 3 U.S. citizens have been killed by ICE. Heath Porter Jr., Renee Good, and Alex Preddy. I did pause just then to double check and make sure that Keith Porter Jr. Was a U.S. citizen. I suppose I could have. No, I know Renee Good was a U.S. citizen, and Alex Preddy was he served in the military. Yeah, and he worked at a VA hospital. He was definitely. Well, I guess I gotta look it up. Was Alex Preddy a U.S. citizen? Yeah, he was. But Don Lemon, I call. Is he not left wing? No. He's we over here in the progressive circles have been disappointed, I guess I would say. All right. I don't even want to say we. I have been disappointed by Don Lemon. I want to like the guy because I think he's genuinely a snappy dresser. But no, he was very pro-Israel. He follows the money like everybody else does. He is a uh servant of anyone who will pay him enough. But he is a journalist and he does try to maintain that reputation. But to call him left wing is just that's a wild stretch. Global solidarity now. Church members were scared. Service was stopped. Police follow procedure for the state. If a silent protest happened, there would be no charges. Ah, the church members being scared is irrelevant. I mean, that's just somebody's bravery in the face of loud words. Don Lemon was there covering the protest. That's what the problem here is. I think it would be silly to arrest protesters for the protest, but Don Lemon was not a protester. Do you understand that? So Don Lemon was covering the events, and yeah, he knew about them. So what? It was a nonviolent protest. It was at worst, a nuisance, and it was meant to be. It was meant to interrupt their service. It was meant to warn the people of their service. One amongst you is a racist. One amongst you is an actual danger to your neighbors. As you are sitting here talking about peace and love and decency and the recognition of one another's basic humanity. One amongst you is their actions are violent, hateful, the shame of America. It would be wrong to let them continue in ignorance, assuming they actually mean to live what they say they're about. It would be wrong to allow them to go on not knowing that the person daring to preach to them about peace and loving your fellow man, not knowing that person is a brutal, vile wretch of a man who is attacking people. in actuality, based on the color of their skin, literally based on the color of their skin. Look up the numbers for what percentage of ICE detainees have actually committed a crime, and thou shalt be heartbroken. Uh, oh, and if they're not being honest about believing in those things, it's good that they have the service interrupted anyway. Because why even go to church? Don't mock God in his own house, using him as an excuse. All right, let's see what Letterhack was talking about. Minnesota-based independent journalist Georgia Fort has been. All right, here we go.
You guys, I wanted to alert the public that agents are at my door right now. They're saying that they were able to go before a grand jury sometime, I guess, in the last 24 hours, and that they have a warrant for my arrest. I've talked to my attorney, and I'm being advised to go with them, I guess, down to Whipple. And my children are here. They're impacted by this. This is all stemming from the fact that I filmed a protest as a member of the media. We are supposed to have our constitutional right of the freedom to film, to be a member of the press. I don't feel like I have my First Amendment right as a member of the press, because now federal agents are at my door arresting me for filming the church protest a few weeks ago. Again, I don't have a long time here, you guys, but I wanted you to know, for me, agents are at my door right now. My attorney has spoken with them. I did send a relative outside to talk to them. They're showing some type of documentation, apparently, that they got an indictment from a grand jury. I knew that I was on a defendant's list. I did not publish it because it was under seal. And so we've done everything that we can to try and abide by, the advice of our attorneys. But right now, you guys, I wanted you to know I'm going to have to hop off here and surrender to agents as a member of the press. I filmed the church protest a few weeks ago, and now I'm being arrested for that. It's hard to understand how we have a constitution, constitutional rights, when you can just be arrested for being a member of the press.
Jay Dizzle. I've put in a lot of time to try to speak to you specifically. And as of this moment, I'm going to require that you try to be worth speaking to. You understand what I'm asking of you? Jay Dizzle says, "Oh, poor baby, fuck around and find out." As I said, Jay Dizzle, I've devoted whole streams during which I knew multiple thousands of people were watching just to have a conversation with you on the chance, on the chance that you would that you'd be able to offer me insight, uh, that you and I could discuss things. But as I say, you have to try. She filmed a protest. Even if you, for some reason, disagree with her filming the protest, that is a human being getting arrested in front of her family. act like it. Act like you are understanding what you are seeing in front of your eyes. When you do this, Jay Dizzle, the reason I don't generally get mad at you is because I think it's your reaction to seeing something uncomfortable. I think you are uncomfortable because you know this to be wrong. And I think you're lashing out so that we will argue. I don't want to argue. I don't think it helps either of us. But I also don't want to turn this into a show where we're making a mockery or turning your ignorance into a sideshow. I don't want to have you up here as a regular figure where you're saying the wildest things imaginable and people are marveling at how I don't just holler at you. Because that's its own kind of evil, a lesser thing, a lesser evil than what is happening in the video we just played, where a mother is arrested for being a journalist. But it would be an evil I'd be doing to constantly display your ignorance for my profit. But again, I don't think this is really you. I don't think this callousness of watching um, a family get broken up in front of our eyes and then you sneering at them. I don't think that's really you. I think that is how you have been trained to react when you feel uncomfortable, when you are looking at the consequences of your behavior as a voter, as a media consumer, as an American, possibly. I think you are trained to try to start an argument rather than allow yourself to process the information that you're seeing. But as I say, I'm not going to. It's not that I'm going to kick you out or anything dramatic like that. But I don't want to turn this into something that is essentially us picking on you by putting those comments up there. Let's see what Jay Dizzle has to say. Are you ready to admit that you, the liberal media, and the Democrats have lied to you about Peretti? He was not a man just helping a woman up. He was an agitator looking for a fight. Now, this I would love to talk to you about. Because at one point you acknowledged, what was in front of our eyes. And I feel like we had made some progress. He was an agitator looking for a fight. New video shows. I would be shocked if that was true, given that there are so many angles of him helping a woman up after she was assaulted by ICE, and then the woman and he getting assaulted, and then he getting brutally murdered. You witnessed the brutal murder of Alex Peretti. You witnessed the footage that was pretty darn clear uh, of his murder. I don't know what new angle could possibly show something different, but I'd be fascinated to see the body cams. Yeah, I'd be fascinated to see Alex Peretti's footage. Folks in the chat, when you and I were first talking about this, were asking to see those very things. I didn't comment on it at the time because I didn't realize I thought those were a bunch of left wing demands. Usually, that's the way it goes. Now, gentlemen, I can tell you, and this is gonna hurt your soul a little bit, but Jay Dizzle and I have watched these videos together, and at one point we were in agreement, at least, that Kristi Noem was lying about him, and it appears that the rest of the administration has caught up to what Jay Dizzle and I were agreeing to, because Noem is no longer the head person in charge. Oh, go Samurai. Jay Dizzle, have you not seen the new video of him spitting on an ice video and kicking out its trail light? So, first of all, no, I haven't. Second of all, I can tell you already when that video takes place. That video takes place on a different day than the day Alex Preddy was killed. Hey, Natchkit. So it's irrelevant. He kicked out an ice vehicle's tail light. Number one, because he's got gigantic balls, and number two, because Renee Good had recently been murdered. It is. I mean, I let me put it like this, man, and this is why I'm. This is why I feel like we need to have a serious conversation. Do you, in your, and everybody that's talking to Jay Dizzle, please stop, because I'm talking to Jay Dizzle. Thank you. But do you sincerely feel that kicking out a tail light, let's say he had done that on and that had been what led to his beating and murder? We know it's not, and I know you know it's not, because we watched all the moments leading up to his murder. A woman gets pushed down, assaulted by ICE for blowing a whistle. That's their response to her blowing a whistle, is to assault her, physically assault her. He helps her up. Then they assault him and her together. They mace both of them in the face. They throw him down. A bunch of people beat him. Somebody strips his gun away from his back. He never had his hands on it. And then they shoot him in the back. You saw that, and I saw that. We both saw that. Now I'm going to say, so I know you know what actually happened, but now I'm going to say, forget that and say he was kicking out their taillights. And then they threw him down, took away his gun that he never had his hand on, and shot him in the back. Would that be okay then? If he had been kicking out those taillights right then? Of course not. Kicking out their taillights does not endanger their life. It's that simple, man. Spitting at them, on them. You said spitting on an ICE vehicle, not even an ICE officer, but a vehicle. He could spit directly in their face, and it could hit their eyeball. And when they blink, a stream of saliva could form between their top and bottom lashes. Disgusting as that is, it still does not give them the right to take his life, because he was not endangering their life. And this is not a game where we look for excuses to kill the other side, Jay Dizzle. And that's the fundamental problem you and I are having here. You're consistently looking for ways in which you can justify the death of Preddy. Is that really who you are, or who you thought you'd be? I think that's utterly devoid of any sort of principle. And I don't think you think of yourself as such a person. I don't think you think of yourself as someone who has no ethics whatsoever. No principles that you stand on. No business that you stand on, so to speak. I don't think that's how you think of yourself. But I think that's how you're behaving. So get real about the facts that are in front of you. Now, incidentally, what you're talking about are incidents that happened days before his murder. So they're unrelated to the events of his murder. At best, you can say ICE didn't know that that was the same guy that they had broken the rib of before. In exchange for kicking out their tail light, they broke one of his ribs. And by the way, hero that he is, even with a broken rib, he was out there. He was out there anyway. However, that's the best you can say. The best you can say is that they didn't know that was the same guy. The worst you could say is they recognized him and that's why they killed him. Jumping to the bottom. Hey, what's up, Jasic? You can't see the other side of him in the video. I heard he reached for one of the ICE agent's weapons. If that's true, then if that's true, then he asked for it. Then he asked for it. And the important thing is we absolutely exhaust all possible universes. We search the entire multiverse and see for any possible universe where we could possibly say that maybe the ICE agents aren't murderers and that he was asking for it. So if there is an angle that doesn't show one of his hands, then of course the logical and decent thing, the thing that decent people in a good society full of respectable human beings would do, is say you can't see one of his hands, and so maybe you can imagine if you squint that he was resisting even slightly, that when he was getting surrounded and beaten by 6 to 10 dudes, in that moment, he reached his hand in the wrong direction slightly, and therefore it was okay to shoot an unarmed man in the back. I wonder what's going to happen in 10 years. Because in 1950, people could lie about who they were in 1945. You know, Germans could say, look, I was never a big fan of that crazy Austrian that came in here. And there's not going to be a track record to prove it. Or there wasn't a 10 years of internet messages with their name on it and their profile picture. I got to tell you though, gang, I'm reaching out to you all because I think you are victims just like the rest of us. But I don't want to lie to you either. Most of America does not take what you have to say seriously. And the reason why is because you have a real problem with acknowledging reality. And in the face of these videos constantly coming out, constantly being recorded by heroes, it's being made crystal clear that you have never been earnestly assessing the information in front of your face, that somewhere along the way, somebody told you that you don't have to learn politics if you just pick a side and clamp down defensively immediately. And people can see it instantly. When you are defending Trump, when you find yourself, Trump, whose brain is melting, arguably as bad as Biden's at this point, who has not released the Epstein files, who is demanding Nobel Peace Prizes be given to him, demanding by force that Nobel Peace Prizes be given to him. When you're watching the death of Alex Preddy and cheering for it, people don't take you seriously because why would they? You can't deal with basic facts in front of your face. Why would they take you seriously about anything else? It's like if you saw a guy with no pants ranting and raving on a street corner. And then he said, I wonder what his advice is for investing. Your friends would say, what? Why would you ask that person for advice on anything? They've got no pants and they're ranting and raving on the street corner. Now imagine somebody's just seen you watching the Alex Preddy execution, and you say, one of his hands, though, for five frames in one angle, you can't see one of his hands. I know you can see it in another angle, but if you look at the angle where you can't see one of his hands for 5 frames, you can imagine that within those 5 frames, maybe his head suddenly cleared from the kicking it was doing, and the mace, his eyes, they cleared up from the mace he had just received, and maybe you can imagine that he angled it like so, or maybe even like so, to sort of paw at one of the guns of the ice of the 6 ice people that were surrounding him and kicking him in, and from that angle, then it's okay to have killed him. When people see you talking like that, they just don't take you seriously, nor should they. And you should be embarrassed that you ever did that, and you should be alarmed, to be quite honest. You should be alarmed that your morals were hijacked, that subverted, that nothing pinged in your head to say, what am I saying? Why am I being so cruel to a VA nurse? What have I become? What have they made me? When did that happen? Let's finish it. Whopping 13 more seconds. Let's finish listening to this mother's sorrow.
Yes, we've seen all these violations. All right, you guys, I gotta go. They're knocking.
Yep, she's coming right now.
Give me 1 second.
Sorry.
All right, guys.
You want to?
Things people do when they are terrified. Apologizing. Shade Dragon. That's true. How would he have ever seen where the gun was, even if he reached? Could you even say for sure he wasn't just trying not to fall over? I mean, he was on the ground, getting beaten. Even if he was barely in control of his body before the shooting started. He was being flung around by multiple adult men, getting punched in the head repeatedly while being held down. It was already, for the record, a crime deserving of a long time in prison before the shooting started. What ICE did to this guy. They were holding him down and beating him. That's not an arrest. That's just assault. So, what was he doing with his hands? Was he convulsing for the most part, I would imagine. But even if he reached for a gun out of panic, that's a reasonable thing. The law asks, what would a reasonable person do? And if 6 people suddenly threw you down and started beating you, and while they were holding you down, somebody was punching you in the head over and over, a reasonable person may reach for a weapon. Absolutely. I don't even think if he had reached for his own weapon, that would have been an unreasonable reaction. That's why what the ICE agents were doing in the first place was assault. I don't think if he had successfully shot them, he would have been legally in the wrong. I'm sure he would have gotten prosecuted by this corrupt administration. But after the point at which 6 people had held him down and were beating him while he was down, no, that is a different crime. That's just a crime that we are describing there. And a more serious crime happened a second later. A more serious crime, the murder of Alex Preddy. But the assault of Alex Preddy before that was also a crime. Yeah, shielding yourself while getting punched illegal now? Do you not even have the right to shield yourself, let alone defend yourself? Yeah. I just don't think the world is going to show you all the grace that my chat has. I think you are mistaking their patience for what reasonable people would do. And to be honest, my chat, the regulars there, are more patient than I think you can possibly imagine. Dennis Dishaw says, did the DHS statement mention reaching for a gun? I don't think so. T-Bone, good to see you, man. I loved your last 2 posts. This was never about reverence, order, or respect for institutions. It's about who is allowed to speak. Again, well put. Yeah. That is it exactly. These are being used as excuses. And look, Jay Dizzle, I want to go back real quick. I'm not just trying to dog on you. I'm not saying having your opinions is wrong. I'm saying when you try to express them by saying fuck around and find out, when you're trying to express them by getting under my skin, and on top of that, when it is so clear that you're looking for excuses to hate a person, or you're looking for excuses to dismiss obvious corruption or obvious bad behavior. You know, that's the issue. It's not that we have a difference of opinion at the start. It's not that we have a difference even of interpretation of the facts on the ground, but to not acknowledge the facts that we are seeing with our own eyes together. And crucially, to try to let me know that you want to talk about it by insulting the dead or by trying to agitate my audience or intentionally annoy my audience, let's say, of which you are one, by the way. I very much don't just want people who are in agreement here for these streams. Larry Laffer, I, for example, am glad he's here, but I got to tell you, I take him less seriously than I take you, Jay Dizzle, because he is unable to let go of this crutch. He's uncomfortable around death. I don't think he's got a lot of experience with it, perhaps himself. But any sensitive subject, he does this, and he tries to, as you see here, he said, "Fuck around and find out." He tries to agitate, but you know, I've talked to other creators who have talked to him, and we're basically in agreement. It's an attempt to ask for help that relies on the maturity of the person you're asking for help to forgive the immature way that he's asking for help, in short. And look, I'm happy to give the help. I'm happy to, I mean, if you're just asking for us to explain ourselves, I'm happy to do it. But I'm holding you to a higher standard, Jay Dizzle, than I hold Larry Laffer, because I think Larry Laffer is more afraid of an earnest conversation. He's not ready yet, unfortunately. Larry, when you are ready, I'll be here for you. I will. I'm going to keep the door open for you specifically. But just to be real with you, Larry, because you're an adult here, Jay Dizzle is more mature than you. And I am more interested in talking with him. His death was not the topic. The way you and the media portrayed him as just a guy trying to help up a woman was wrong. That is precisely, literally not wrong, but we're going to go back to that. You lied. No, I didn't. And so did the media. No, they didn't. Where are you getting that it was wrong? He was an agitator. This is a genuine question. What do you mean by an agitator? Do you mean a protester? Because he was a protester. I do the same type of protest. When you see ICE, you blow a whistle. You take your phone out and you record. Because we don't trust ICE. Because we think they are murderous thugs. Because they killed Renee Good before Alex Preddy. And before they killed Renee Good, they killed Keith Porter Jr. And this entire time, they have been assaulting people who were not endangering them in any way. The way you and the media portrayed him as a guy trying to help up a woman was wrong. Jay Dizzle, you and I watched this together over and over and over again. He was filming with his camera. He was walking up to ICE agents that were telling him not to, sure. So was the lady that was blowing the whistle. And they assaulted her. Could have just done that. Could have arrested her. How about that? If what she was doing was illegal, why not arrest her? They assaulted her. They shoved her down. And in the moment, in the split second after a lady got shoved down, this VA nurse helped her out of the snow. You and I watched this together. I know you saw this. What was inaccurate about what I said? He was looking for a fight. Protesters don't spit on vehicles and kick out taillights. Yes, they do. And also, I stress again, Jay Dizzle, in that moment, in those chain of events, I'm not asking you what was in his heart. I'm asking, what did he actually do? He helped the lady up out of the snow. That's the last thing they did before he was assaulted, beaten, and shot to death by ICE. Sincerely, Jay Dizzle. I'm pausing the whole event just to have this conversation with you. Because it does matter. It does matter. You don't have to agree with me, as I've said multiple times. You don't have to agree with me about ICE. You don't even have to agree with me about whether or not the way he was protesting should be legal. If you think he should have been arrested, you're welcome to that opinion. But we got to acknowledge what actually happened, though, what we saw. Not asking about what was in his heart. What was he killed for? Oh wait, we're having this conversation, and there's a bigger one to be had, frankly. Apparently, you can get viewers at streamboo.com. Look, we've had this conversation a lot. I hope you will consider living better, man. All right. It's not all sad things, gang. Oh my gosh, I went right through the top of the hour. You're watching the Wicked Cookout. That is where we are taking the day off of work in order to deny the man a day's wages, a day's productivity. I'd like you all to consider throwing a party on Fridays, throwing a party and on Fridays that we're doing cookouts, and letting folks know that they are welcome to come hang out at your party during work hours. Maybe have chips. Maybe enjoy a soda pop beverage. I don't know what y'all do at parties. But that's the idea. Throw a party, throw a cookout during the day. Invite your friends and let them know, hey, we're doing this because ICE is in the streets. We're doing this because they are going after brown folks for being brown. And that's not right. Simple as that. You throw a party, you deny the man wages, and you are not wages. You deny the man your productivity, and at the same time, preach, tell people about why we are doing this. We are sick of ICE. We are sick of ICE making our streets dangerous, attacking our schools, assaulting people in their places of business, generally interfering with our lives. Anybody who is not specifically a member of Trump's family is in danger. I actually think not everybody in Trump's family is safe. So as long as we have this Gestapo in the streets, we are going to have cookouts and say you can't have our Fridays until we can have our streets back. Do consider throwing one yourself. And hey, while you're at it, prepare for the general strike. Sign your strike card at generalstrikeus.com. Let people know that you intend to engage in the general strike if and when it comes to pass. That's where we're going to withhold our labor indefinitely until we achieve basic demands that American people have been asking for too long now. It's a shame that we ever had to ask in the first place. Things like a living wage for all workers, universal health care. Go check out the list of demands at generalstrikeus.com. Sign your strike card. And if you're thinking, hey, I want to participate in a general strike, but I don't have the finances. Ironically, I can't afford to strike. Fair. What you can do right now is open a savings account and occasionally put money in there. Simple as that. That's your strike fund. You start building it now so that if and when the strike comes, you can participate. If when the strike comes, there's not enough in that account for you to participate, you can still use it to help somebody else participate, paying, for example, one of their bills so they don't have to. In addition to that, you can also learn to grow food. Start a garden in your backyard or a garden plot, a little box or whatever that you buy, and learn to grow food so that you can send food to folks during the strike. The Potter Nine. Oh, you've misjudged us so badly. Admit it, says the Potter Nine. You love ICE. Without them, you'd have nothing to complain about. I would have the erosion. Well, let's just start with the real basics. How about 41 days now overdue are the Epstein files? The Epstein files I could complain about basically regardless of what party's been in charge. But yeah, the Epstein files all day, every day. I could complain about the piracy of Venezuelan oil, the kidnapping of Maduro, in order to try to torture him into confessing to a crime he didn't even commit, which is the stealing of the 2020 election that Trump wants to blame on Venezuela. I could complain about the fact that Trump has made more money since he got into office than at this time around than at any other point in his entire life, including when he was known for being a business guy, and that alone. Trump made more money as president for his second term. I could complain about the U.S. It's the erosion of its world power as we just absolutely hemorrhage our global superiority. It is gone now, by the way. We are no longer top dogs, and I don't believe we are going to be again. I don't see how it's possible. We got where we got because of a unique time in world history. We could have held on to it maybe throughout the rest of this whole century, but now it is gone. The U.S. dollar is being replaced around the world as the trade currency. That's the whole game, gang. We're going to have to find a new way to be powerful, and Trump has made it clear he's got no idea what to do. Yeah, just invading our allies, threatening to invade our allies. There's not a day that goes by in the Trump administration that wouldn't have been a decade worth of headlines for any other president. Wicked Foxy Dragon, good to see you, my friend. We could complain about a president who has made more money in office than his entire life. Look at that, 2 steps ahead of me. Yeah, Nachikit points out, we're progressive leftists. There's a long list. I haven't even gotten into the things we hate about the Democrats. I've done whole shows about things I hate about specific Democrats. We're progressive Democrats, or rather, we're progressive leftists. I think Democrat is going to become a rarer and rarer thing to hear a leftist call themselves. But yes, we're progressive leftists. That's basically all we do is complain. We have only a handful of people that are in power, and so far, 100% of our policies have been pitched policies have been proven to be the correct. So yeah, we complain a lot, but of course, we don't actually have people in power. So when I say our pitched policies have been proven to be correct, that's a bit like the person who's on the sideline saying, "Just dodge that tackle and then snap and then run faster than everybody and get into the end zone." We haven't even had a chance to prove if we could do things correctly because we haven't been in power. Yes, Shade Dragon. Oh, Corpo Dems. They can eat it like the rest, like they do for corporations and Republicans. Yes. Okay, I am going to play you something that's weird. So listen. In case, let's set aside our bickering for a minute and appreciate a weird thing that happened. Let me tell you what is quickly becoming folk legend in my side of the internet, our little corner of the internet, all of us together. I am talking about the story of how a queer streamer called Demon Mama saved the sketch comedy show of a Catholic extremist hate cult. No, wait, a Catholic extremist anti-gay, ex-gay hate cult. If that doesn't make any sense, I don't blame you, but I will show you. That was very Professor Frankenfurter of me. How'd you do, I? See, you've met my favorite Candyman? Handyman. I don't remember. Don't get strung out. All right, here we go. Share screen. Church militant. All right, so this is an old Demon Mama video. I started it at a specific place. I just want y'all to appreciate the Rocky Horror Picture Show reference. Yes, sir, gentlemen. What is this guy spewing? Oh my God, I love your thumbnail. The Krieger thumbnail, Goderson, is going to give you a lot of mileage with me. But yeah, the thing I'm talking about is what I'm going to show you here. This is an old stream from Demon Mama where she explains the situation. What is the church militant and why she was covering it at the time. Eventually, I will explain to you what this has to do with her saving their sketch comedy series. And we're going to finish watching it, their sketch comedy series, which I want to be clear. even though obviously I disagree with the church militant about the whole should human beings have the right to exist, regardless of whether or not they obey your particular religion. Their sketch comedy series was pretty good. I Demon Mama got me to watch it with earnestly. Demon Mama got me to actually watch it and not withhold my judgment, etc., etc. They're funny. They become funny, and they start off with talent that is raw and needs to be fostered, and then they develop it over years, and they end up doing a sketch comedy show they can be proud of. And that show was saved by somebody, ironically, who they were eager to the church militant was trying to get rid of. Wherever rights exist, the potential for, T-Bone says, wherever rights exist, the potential for complaints will inevitably accompany them, as the exercise of such rights often brings differing perspectives. Well put. Were we not aware Jake's a theater kid? Second City, specifically. Anyway, here's Demon Mama.
You see, even 2 years ago, I made the prediction that they were totally not ex-gay and that they were definitely.
Oh, sorry. This is what happened. I never quite showed you guys last time around, but this is what happened to the church militant. This is what made it necessary for Demon Mama to swoop in and save their save all their files, back up all their videos. Because this church is a cult that focuses. She'll explain. It's a cult that focuses on ex-gay behavior, I suppose, or whatever you do with that.
Definitely together, and that was because Milo Yiannopoulos.
Yeah. I'm gonna play without commentary.
Did not one but 2 separate public interviews with Michael Voris. Michael Voris, who just yesterday was formally expelled from the cult that he led. And that is what begins our story today. All right, everybody. So now that you've been caught up to speed on the situation, church militant, Catholic cult. Oh, I didn't even mention they're a funky Catholic cult too, because they're not technically Catholics. And in fact, they've been explicitly denounced by the Catholic Church because they are Catholic dissenters. They don't like the new Pope, and they refuse to follow under his leadership because he's too woke. They basically think he's a gay Pope. And so they venerate a previous Pope. I didn't even mention that. I should have. There's so many new people here who didn't even know. It's incredible. And yes, they have another deeper problem too. They don't just like the new Pope, but they're against Vatican II, I believe, which is a series of changes that were declared by the Pope. They're very strange. Okay, let's watch this together. Okay, all right, everybody, because I feel like everybody doesn't recognize his face enough if you're new to the channel. So let's do this together. Sorry to change up on the fly, but that's just the fun of a Demon Mama stream. It's exciting. You never know what you're gonna get. Now, some of you may have seen this together with me before, but if you're here, I know you're going to stick around because you know how crazy this stuff gets, okay?
I just want to be clear. There is a reason I am showing not just the raw interview between Milo Yiannopoulos and this guy. I am showing you Demon Mama's assessment of the interview, because I did not get that they were flirting. But when she points it out, I can see it. I would like your opinion. Are they flirting with each other? Are they flirting with each other in front of the cameras? Now, this is one of the reasons I would like a mixed audience. Obviously, for me, who does not agree with Michael Voris or Milo Yiannopoulos, for me, it is funny to think that they're flirting with each other. These two dudes who are claiming to be ex-gay, yada, yada, yada. That's funny. So I want that to be true for the lols. just because it's a bit of hot goss, you know. It's not really a I don't care if they're you know, smooching or whatever. It's fine. But tell me your opinion if they're flirting, and listen to what Demon Mama's what she picks up on. I think she's a little more socially savvy, perhaps, than us fellers tend to be. You just tell me, are they flirting during this interview? It will start to make sense why the church was perhaps having some financial troubles.
Let's start. Now, this is the second interview. We're only going to watch one of the interviews. And the reason why we're going to watch this one is because this was the most public interview. This was the time that Michael Voris, the leader of Church Militant, brought Milo onto his main show. And let's just watch, okay? And remember, when we watched this the first time, I called this so hard. Now, my most loyal imps, knowing my oracular third eye powers for seeing the future and seeing the truth of things, they trusted me. But so many people did not. So many people thought it was just a joke that I said that they were definitely going to Pound Town, that Milo was definitely having meat on Fridays, if you know what I mean. Everybody said, oh, it's funny, it's whatever, but you know, you never know. But I said, no, I know they are. And watch, now you can see with 20/20 vision, in hindsight, what I saw at that time. Let's do it.
All right, joining us on set today is the interview that I think a lot of...
Oh man, remember the Tiger King era? Oh God, I can't. Oh, we're doing it. Oh, it's gonna be so sweet. It's been so long since we've seen Milo in the Tiger King or in the Tiger King era.
People in the Catholic world had wanted to see me interviewing you and us talking about all kinds of, well, you know, spiritual things and returns from horrible lifestyles and the like. So Milo, welcome officially.
Well, thanks.
Oh, horrible
to Church Militant Studios. Before we begin.
Damn. Okay, look.
So Milo, welcome officially.
Well, thanks. Thanks.
Look at you're telling me these guys aren't fucking? Who have you ever seen anybody who isn't fucking do the puppy dog stare up at daddy as hard as this? Have you ever? It's never happened.
Militant Studios. Before we begin, what do you think of the
Midwest Polka King? They third eye fucking fair. Now I'll admit I did not thus far pick up on even that. Oh yeah, Wicked Foxy Dragon. They arrested Don Lemon for daring to have reported on not for protesting, but for reporting on protests. Yes, indeed. That freeze frame is obvious. Look, I'll say this so far. Hey, buddy. Yeah. Oh, dude, is just starting. So far, I think Milo Yiannopoulos is flirting. I'll give you that. Look at that eye fucking. But Michael Voris, can you really say that? Let's let the expert Demon Mama break it down.
place?
I didn't realize it was so huge. There's so many people here.
Whoa!
I didn't realize it was so. Oh my God! I'm sorry. We're gonna have to. I can't pause every 2 seconds, but just come on. I'm teaching you how to have a gaydar.
I don't know what they're all up to, but I realize now when I look at the website, you've got more shows than I realized you had. You're publishing more stuff than I realized you published. I say with some shame.
Well, you should be, but go ahead.
Well, you know as well as I do that you tune into what your pals and allies and fellow warriors are doing as much as you can. But if you do that all day, you can't focus on your own stuff.
That's very true.
So I was first introduced to Church Militant, as I mentioned on the download this week, when you published an interview that American Magazine wouldn't, because my answers were too Catholic. And since then, we had 2 conversations.
Right.
And the first of those conversations was me making lots of excuses about why I knew that I should do something, but was not prepared yet, ready to do it. But.
The St. Augustine response.
Yeah.
The first St. Augustine
I
response.
retreat into Augustine quite a lot. That was the first one.
Right.
And I had a conversation with you and a podcaster that I think you know also called Patrick Coffin.
This conversation that he's referring to is the first one that we watched, where Milo was he was basically, in the first interview they ever had, Milo was saying, I can't stop being gay. I'm too much of a bad little boy. And when he was saying that, I'm not even kidding you, Michael Voris was sitting across on the other table, and he was like, his hands were like this, and he was turning red. Like his dick was fucking lifting his desk up. No joke. Milo was just, I just can't. I'm so and it was such an obvious play. They were fucking role playing live. It was ridiculous. That's what he's referring to was their first conversation where Milo was just like, I can't stop. I'm too bad. I'm too much of a bad boy. I know I'm supposed to, but I just can't get myself to be good.
Yep, good, very good friend.
Nice guy.
Yep.
And these were the 2 conversations that were rattling around my head.
He was literally flirting the entire time, and Michael Voris was like blushing and turning red. It was insane.
I did watch that
for
video,
a
and that's
year or more.
accurate. The dude was
And so I decided,
redder
no.
than that
And
panel.
just coincidentally, somebody from another publication, nice guys up north somewhere, wrote to me, and I made an announcement publicly. But I wanted to talk about this in person with you, since we've spoken remotely but not in person before.
Right.
First of all, just to say thank you, because
Blessed be God.
well, yes, but you know, without this organization and you personally, I don't think I would have got there as quickly.
I got that one.
Because it was a conversation with you. Patrick's a nice guy, but I sort of...
I don't think I would have arrived as easily. I don't think I would have. Yeah, I get that. Emily French, what's up? Hello, Elaine loves coffee. I'm only here for a couple of minutes. Just popped in to say hi because I saw you were here. Well, hello to you, my friend. Oh, gang. I don't know. Milo looks like that at everyone. That's fair, Najik. That's fair, and I appreciate it. I think you need more. You need more info. That's what I'm hearing. You need more evidence, and that's fair. Let's give you some more evidence of they're definitely banging each other.
I'm a bit mean to him, and I kind of overpower him a bit sometimes. And he'll, in all good grace.
I overpower him. I would never be able to overpower you, Daddy.
And good humor, he'll kind of, let me go off. But he challenged me.
What? What did I say? What did I say? I would never be able to overcome you, Daddy. You challenged me.
In a way that sat with me.
Oh my God.
And reverberated.
Ah!
And so I just...
It's been 2 years since I last saw this interview, by the way. So I have seen this before, but it's been 2 years since I last saw it. If I make weird predictions, it's with 2 years of forgetting in the way. It's just they're that easy to read, okay? Seriously.
I want to say thank you to you and to the people here, all of whom have been wonderful and welcoming and marvelous, because it could have been another 10 years. So thanks. And
well, as brother in Christ, you're welcome.
So
I do have to say that I was at the other night when you first came in. A few of us went out to dinner, and then we drove you back to the hotel, and won't necessarily divulge the contents of the conversation we had sitting there in the driveway of the hotel, but I can testify to everybody here that you have a very honest, sincere man here coming back to the faith. That was a lovely, lovely conversation.
Well, I didn't...
It was a truly lovely conversation where I was able to verify with my own hand the rod of your faith in that alleyway parked outside of your hotel. I was able to feel the strength and the hardness of your faith.
Okay, so look, I realize she's making a mighty bold. She's saying things humorously there, but like, he is acknowledging that they drove back to his hotel together and had a long conversation in the parking lot. It just, they say it's about one thing, but as we would come to find out later, everything Demon Mama is predicting here did in fact, as Natchikit points out, we actually know how it ends. Turns out they actually were banging. And Demon Mama was able to tell this from there in front of the camera flirting. Now listen, there is something you can learn from this. I'm not just trying to show you this so we can giggle about some humorous drama, although I am trying to show it to you so we can giggle about some humorous drama. But that's not the only reason. There's something you can learn from it, regardless of what side of the aisle you're on. Those are two dudes from the same very specific culture. The culture they are in is not just the gay culture of 2020, whenever that was. But it is the heavy quotes ex-gay, anti-gay scammer culture. Those are a pair of dudes who are claiming to be what they would call reformed homosexuals, and are making money off of it. And they're having a conversation in front of the cameras, and there was a subtext to it that I couldn't read, and a lot of folks out there who watched their show couldn't read, but Demon Mama could read. Now I ask you, why would they do that? Why would they risk their hustle? I don't really know. But the fact is they were. They were risking their hustle and eventually lost their hustle because they were flirting on air. And also because Michael Voris sent pictures of himself to members of the congregation, naked pictures of himself to members of the congregation when they didn't want that. But nonetheless, the point stands. They were doing this. They were risking everything. I think that is a phenomenon that happens a lot. I think our leaders, including our political leaders, on the left and right, although right now this is most obvious on the right because they're in power, but they like to make fun of us. They get a little thrill out of rubbing the success of their scam in our faces. So, for example, Trump is throwing these fancy parties at Mar-a-Lago as the U.S. economy is suffering, as U.S. jobs are getting worse and worse, as America is entering a recession. All these fancy parties. He loves accusing people of being pedophiles while he is not releasing the Epstein files. You can fill in the blank with just about any of his daily activities, and you see somebody mocking his own supporters. I am sure that Barack Obama was mocking us at times, and I'm embarrassed to say I can't see it. But I would love it if somebody who doesn't like Obama, or if somebody who never liked Obama, because I did like him once upon a time, I don't like him now. If somebody who never liked Obama could point out to us when Obama is mocking us. Not others, but us. I understand he mocked others, but I'm asking for help spotting when he was mocking us. If you see it, let us know. Because this stuff does happen. And if we get savvier, we will be able to detect it more easily. See you, Elaine. It does have a reckless vibe. And this is partially why, for the record, I think these dudes are atheists. It's one of the things I dislike about them. Because I myself am an atheist, and I don't like the impression that some religious folks have of atheists that, like, oh, well, if you don't believe in God, then you would have no morality. That's not true. It's just that when you don't believe in God, you do not rely on external guidance for your core morality. It must come from within. It must be your decision, and it must, it's all the more important, I think, to consider moral conundrums. But these people, I think these people arrived at the conclusion that there is no God, including Michael Voris. I think Michael Voris, the leader of the church militant, arrived at the conclusion that there is no God. And of that conclusion said, okay, then I'm going to do whatever I want. I'm going to scam whoever I want. There are no rules. I can say anything and do anything because there will be no punishment. I think he arrived at the conclusion that there is no God and then said, so I'm going to scam the religious. I can forgive that maybe eventually, but that is hard for me to forgive. That is very hard for me to forgive. And I think that reckless vibe that you're picking up on is accurate. I think the people who don't believe in God and then try to mock God, I think they are trying to goad a being that is not there into revealing themselves. I think they're asking for it, in other words, because they would rather there be a God that is angry with them than there be no God at all. I think ultimately they are just afraid of death, of finality, of having a limited amount of time in existence. And I think they are trying to mock God in the hopes that, I mean, this is my dime store psychology. I obviously don't know, but it's just the vibes I get off them. And having seen this time and time again, I think Ken Ham is like this. I think Kent Hovind is like this. I think they do not believe in God. And they are hoping, I think Donald Trump is like this. And they're hoping that by being so blasphemous, by being so vile and so corrupt, that anything will happen to get them for what they've done. T-Bone Side of Life says, I have come to understand that a claim regarding the existence of a deity, God, when presented without substantiating evidence, can be reasonably dismissed without the necessity of counter evidence. Sure. Yeah. I agree. And my conclusion, when looking at the facts of the world as I've seen them, is that I don't see any reason to believe there is a God. But separate from that, I don't think arriving at that conclusion gives me or anybody else the right to con people, And I think that's what these folks arrived at. I think these folks in particular were told that God is the source of morality. And then after that, arrived at the conclusion that there is no God. And then wrongly said to themselves, well, then there must be no morality. And that actually does not track. See you, Midwest Polka King. But anyway, let's get back to some of the most intense flirting ever. And again, I want to stress, I did watch this once upon a time without picking up on the flirting. So if anybody is ever choosing to flirt with me, send me a postcard informing me of that fact, apparently.
Sleep that night.
You're welcome.
You know,
Oh my God! I forgot.
well, I didn't sleep that night.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I didn't sleep that night. You're welcome. Jesus fucking Christ! I totally forgot. How much more obvious can it get?
You know, when you come back to the faith, you become familiar with this
When you come,
phenomenon of being like haunted in a good
Come
way.
back.
You know, and I've been haunted by bad things in my life.
Sure.
I've had sleepless nights, and since I made this announcement, I've had many sleepless nights for horrible reasons. But occasionally, I'll have a conversation, and you'll be haunted in a good way.
Yeah.
And so this big heavy hotel room door, slammed and clicked shut, and I just thought, ugh, I'm not getting any sleep tonight, am I? I'm just staring at the ceiling, and I'm staring at.
Now, gang, don't get angry with this person. We're just gonna set aside the insult and address the question. And I think you've seen this before. Here it is again. Patience, radical kindness. I'm asking you all in the horizontal stream to be radicals with me, which includes radical kindness, even for those that don't deserve it. Justin Ferguson, who has the balls to put his first and last name in front of bigotry, says, no, we're watching a dirty trans freaks videos. Justin, the reason I am so drawn to this story, and the reason I think you might enjoy it, even though we're teasing these two homosexual gentlemen right now, not for being homosexual, but for being very clearly attracted to each other and engaged in a relationship when they say they are against specifically that with each other. It's not to make fun of them even really for their hypocrisy, although that is delightful. But it's because it lends context to one of the most beautiful stories on the internet. And despite the fact that the people you see on screen here are from different walks of life, the lady in the bottom right of your screen, at the conclusion of this story, because she was able to correctly read these two people's flirting, she actually saved years worth of work that the church militant did. Let me say that again to be clear. Even though she doesn't agree with the church militant, even though the church militant was actually trying to get her killed. Let me say that again. The church militant was trying to get that streamer killed. That's not an exaggeration. That's a fact. Even though they attacked her career and they tried to affect her money, on top of trying to take away her rights, on top of trying to get her actually physically harmed, she still saw that the church was likely going to be collapsing because she correctly identified this scandal as it was brewing. And she saved like a terabyte of their show called Holy Mackerel. And the reason she saved it is because despite their hate preaching, she enjoyed the work. She appreciated it. It's a sketch comedy show by a Michigan-based hate group's media team. And Demon Mama went out of her way. She set aside their bigotry, their attacks on her, contacted them, and backed up all of their files for them, and is the reason that right now you and I are able to watch literally years worth of the church militant sketch comedy show. Justin Ferguson says having gay people in your church is anti-Christian, maybe for your sect of Christianity. Most Christians would not agree with that statement, but that's not really the point. The point is that actually the church militant would agree with that statement, that having gay people in your church is anti-Christian. And Demon Mama, despite disagreeing with that statement, nonetheless chose to save their work. I'm not sure what you doubt. Everything I've said is verifiable. These are facts. But let's just enjoy. I'm assuming, Justin Ferguson, that you, like the rest of us, can enjoy a good scandal. So you don't have to agree with us on anything. None of what I've said is a matter of debate, as a matter of fact. It's all just a matter of public record. If you want to do the work to look it up on your own, you can. I'll happily explain it to you here. But you don't have to, like I say, it's not trying to convince you. We're just enjoying, for this section of things, the delightful flirting. Because I didn't see that they were flirting the first time through, and watching it with Demon Mama's commentary, I don't know how I missed it. I'll tell you who else didn't miss it. Milo Yiannopoulos.
The crucifix, this little sort of mini altar I take with me when I travel, sort of trying to encourage myself to get in.
It's about to get pretty
bite-sized habits, as
explicit.
you've been encouraging me to do. So I was sort of pacing backwards and forwards. There's now an indentation on the carpet.
I was going backwards and forwards while staring at the crucifix, and I was sweating and panting and going back and forth in front of the crucifix. Oh my God.
I'm afraid you're going to get the bill for that.
I was going to say,
Hemorrhoid King says, just got here. Is that Milo? Oh, yes. Oh, you better buckle in because things are about to get really wild, okay?
please,
Yeah,
please,
no.
That's on our card.
I'm afraid Hilton's going to be sending you a bill for carpet replacement. There's a real groove there.
Oh, you're gonna have to get a carpet replacement from the Hilton because of the groove, right? Oh my dear God.
From the 7 hours of pacing and
The groove, and not the
Frothing!
frothing.
We had a conversation in which we discussed some things about our lives that were very, very different. And
Yeah.
some things about our lives that were sort of spookily similar.
Mhm.
And you gave me a little advice about, I've been getting in my own way my whole life because I've always known that although I have very great talents, I have correspondingly gigantic flaws. And I've constantly got in my own way, making bad decisions, being too trusting or being too whatever, or making excuses, setting myself up to fail. And we can spare listeners any of the details of that conversation, except to say that the thing that kept me up was you helped me to understand that I had been engaging with the church and with the faith and communicating with God and building that relationship with God into a Herculean task instead of the ordinary daily business of worship and going about, an ordinary life. And so it's already started to help and be better. And another good thing is this: I've been spending a lot of time with Protestants lately. Good, decent, kind, wonderful people.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, not all of them, but the ones I've been spending time with, for sure, right? But there's something different about walking into here. And it's what I was looking forward to.
Yeah.
I wonder what could be different about walking into the cult run by the ex-gay guy who definitely rammed your ass in the hotel. Wonder what could be different.
Natchkit with a great point. This is a porno preamble. I mean, I'm shocked that there's not already a porn parody of these two. There's got to be. I mean, that's a missed opportunity. This is
Came here because I kind of knew it was going to be like this.
It somehow gets worse.
There's no choice. There's no excuse making. There's no,
Better?
oh, I don't feel ready to just in the chapel, sit down.
Great question,
Here's the
Carly
book,
Wynn.
There's your missile. Get on with it.
What's the age difference with them? Also, I don't know. It's got to be 20 years at least. But they met certainly when Milo was a full-on adult. So I guess it's fine. Jay, you say that like you checked. Look, I didn't check, but that's to my own shame. I must have. I mean, I should have. Because we're leaving money on the table. But let me just say what Demon Mama picks up on that I so missed certainly the first time through, is this thing they do where I guess Milo Yiannopoulos is like, "Ooh, you're so strong. Ooh, you make me do things." And it's like a dom sub thing, you know. And it does seem like this guy, despite being the dom, is actually really susceptible to this power bottom, I suppose. He seems bashful. I think he's more of a Midwestern fella, I suppose. Ugh. Don't profit the crucifix. Ooh. Ooh. This shit gets
So when
very
Daddy
strange.
came in and forced you to go to chapel and enforced the rules on you and put you in your place and made you read the Bible, you all of a sudden were able to get access to your piousness again. Incredible.
Yeah, people who refer to authority figures as daddy or father, like I think there is let's say some maybe Freudian sexual stuff happening. I don't know, but it never fails to also be a sex thing.
Incredible.
And
That's how we do it here. We don't call it militant for nothing.
right, and I knew that's what I was walking into, and I knew it is exactly what I needed, and I had a little. People are going to write to you and say he hasn't changed when I make this joke, but I'm always deflecting into humor and other things I do to get in my own way. And I was thinking, I was there having like this prickling feeling, and I'm like, oh, menopause, But being here has mattered to me already, and I don't know when this goes out, but I probably haven't left yet. But it's mattered to me, and it's meant something. So it's sort of I hate to pay you too many compliments because.
Oh no, it's just I said people know my.
Oh no, I love getting praise from you. I love it. He loves it when he gets praise and worship from his obedient submissive.
My response to all these is always, "Blessed be God."
Your team tell me you don't need any more compliments.
Yeah, well, they're wrong. I'll take as many as I can get.
Yeah, well, I just never really believed them when I
told you. I'll take. Oh my! It's just the energy off this. In another world, these two guys could be happy and not hateful. They could be. So, oh my God. No. We have to remember these guys are dyed-in-the-wool haters, okay? We can't feel... In another universe, they could, but not in this one.
I got them because I never felt that I was very aware when you go through the reparative conversion, whatever it is, very aware, as I talked about on the download, about this sort of fractured personality.
Right.
And some of the gay rightsists will talk about this like it's a positive thing.
Right.
We have to show different facets of ourselves in different social situations in order to...
I'm going to be a bummer by being such a peacenik, but I do think it's one of the saddest things about this whole affair that, frankly, Demon Mama, and for those of you that don't know, she was raised in a Christian cult. And I'm not suggesting that all Christian sects are cults, but there's, especially in America, a lot of Christian cults. Look it up. There's a long history of offshoots of Christianity that meet the definitions of cult. Demon Mama was raised in one such organization. And I can hear her. Yeah, Pep was in a cult. Good poll, Advocate. True. I'll leave it up. Why not? But I hear Demon Mama say things like, in another world, in another universe, wouldn't these guys have been lovely to hang out with, essentially. And the hell of it is, we can have these differences of opinions that we have without this stuff. You see Justin Ferguson saying, strange enough for a man to dress as a chick. Trying to intentionally trying to insult, trying to start an argument. Trying to get us arguing amongst each other rather than just hanging out, sharing culture. I think, as I've stated before, I think this is what happens when folks get nervous, when they're uncomfortable with a real conversation. I think this is a way of, frankly, asking more mature people for help. It's begging for somebody to rush to you, basically. If you do an insult like this, you expect an immediate reaction, I think, from my audience at the very least. And by the way, I applaud my audience for not falling for the bait, because that's what it is. In another world, wouldn't that have been beautiful? In another world, said Demon Mama, wouldn't it have been nice to see what these folks could have been instead of what they became? In another world, Justin, I'd like to see who you are. Let's build that world together. I'd like to see the better version of you that is afraid to come out, that is afraid to be honest, that is either not confident enough in their own masculinity or their own political beliefs to have a serious conversation about these things. I'd like to see that version of you, but you must put away this one that's too afraid for a real conversation, that has to ask for the conversation by insult rather than just asking open and honest questions.
To survive because, oh, the world's so mean and evil. It isn't. And actually, when you start to reintegrate all of these bits, you find that the sum is greater than the, So this trip's been helpful for me in that respect, because it's bringing together, there's a thoughtful, contemplative, pious, worshipful Milo that I don't let out of the box very often.
Right.
You don't let your good, worshipful, obedient version, you're too much of a brat all the time, and you need someone to help you get that Milo out of the box.
I didn't catch that. Okay.
And
now he has permission.
I make a lot of excuses for keeping him in his prison, in his little cave.
Now he has permission.
So, oh, well, you can't do that, because if you do that, you're going to have to do this, and this, and you're not ready for that. So this trip has been helpful in throwing open the fire doors. As people are kind enough to say that I've done for them in their lives, you and the guys here have done it for me through physical removal and not quite, obviously, but there's
almost.
No, stop it. There's something about our particular.
I didn't catch that.
Stop it. There's through physical removal and not quite, obviously, but there's
almost.
No, stop it. There's something about.
All right, everybody seems to get that one, but I don't.
Our particular.
What was
one
the physical
true,
removal thing?
Faith that the other
That he did that?
branches, brands, demoniations, whatever, of Christianity, they don't have it. And there's a compulsion in you. Your soul is crying out for it. And when you have brothers in Christ who are Catholics, they don't give you the opportunity to say perhaps tomorrow. So that's been wonderful.
Yeah, that's excellent.
I needed that.
We all need that, just so we're clear. Everybody, it's very easy. It's very easy in the day-to-day life. It's true of our viewers. It's true of everybody. There are many things in life in a material world that, they just need your attention. They come up, they take a lot of your attention just by virtue of the fact there's only 24 hours in a day. And for those of us who actually do sleep, that pretty much means that we've only got 16 or 17 hours to get
remember
things
what
done.
that was like.
Remember?
I remember what it was like. I remember. I mean, I was never really a big sleeper. Now I'm just a furious pacer. When I first made this announcement, I had these terrible, very visceral dreams I could feel and smell and taste, for months.
You have visceral dreams alone in your room that you could taste, that all just happen to do with the faith. And they're so visceral. It's almost like they really happened, but they didn't. They totally didn't happen, everybody. It didn't.
I sort of made a joke that I finally knew what it was like to be a mom with a new baby because I hadn't had a full proper night's sleep in 3 months. I was like, oh, they're not complaining about nothing, are they?
Yeah.
I know, but it drove me slightly mad.
Yeah, of course it does.
It drove me slightly potty.
The brat energy here is just so incredible. Some of you have no idea, have never interacted with a brat. Like a brat kinkster. Some of you out there, I know you have never done that, but if you have, you know exactly. This is brat kink to a T.
I was.
Cosmo Kitty says.
Shade Dragon, denominations, not demoniations. Oh, denominations, not demoniation. Yeah, whatever it is he said. He's pretending to be Christian without knowing the religion's terms. Yeah, I don't. Milo Yiannopoulos, like I said, I don't like people that pretend to be Christian to hustle Christians because I think they're atheists. If you pretend to have a religion, it's not like we're going to find out. But secretly, they were Muslim. They were blaspheming one religion to be another. No, they're going to be atheists. And I am an atheist, and I think that makes us look bad. And even if in their lifetime these folks will not be exposed as being atheists, even if the people who they are scamming will defend them and insist they are not atheists. And I don't think, again, it's not bad to be an atheist. That's what I am. I think that's the correct answer to things. But I don't want people who believe what I believe to then use that as I don't want them to make me look bad, basically. And even if in our lifetimes they're not acknowledged to be atheists, I think it's very obvious that they're scamming Christians. And I think inevitably, eventually, people will reach the same conclusion I did. And in the history books, they will say these folks were those who were in the early 21st century making a business out of conning Christians, taking advantage of sincere religious belief. That's heartbreaking to me. That is a shame. Not the same kind of atheist. Yes, and I want to make that crystal clear. I really hope so. Atheism is also a political stance, in my opinion. Yeah, I could see that. Certainly. Certainly secularism. I think especially the deeply religious should be secular in matters of government. Because I have a reasoning, but basically I think government corrupts religion when the two are involved. Government is supposed to be lower than religion in the sincere practitioner's eyes. Natchikit, though, saying a comment I really wanted to put out. Oh, come on. We've been primed. Now that we've been primed, I can't unsee the innuendos. There's so many. Yes, exactly. And again, I stress, this is not something where we're just purely speculating. I'm able to show this to you because everything this gal said she saw turned out to be correct. So these innuendos, spot on. Spot on. Oh my God. All right, let's play this flirting a little bit more. I'm gonna make coffee. One moment.
I am also a brat. I recognize game. Yep.
I was getting a bit stupid as well because I was sleepless. It was taking that sort of 20% off. I couldn't remember people's names. I couldn't crack a joke. I couldn't, you know, I just felt dumb. But the one thing it was horrible, and I was waking up and, you know, drenched, blah, blah, blah. But I didn't ever want to change course, and I was never dissuaded from the purpose. I never thought, for the first time in my life, I never thought about tomorrow.
Right.
And that's a big change for me.
Thank you. Thank you, Shitty Ass Kid. I'll fix that. I'll lower the video volume just a little bit. It's always a little bit hard to balance the audio with these types of things just because of the way that, because their audio is always a totally different system than mine. So I'm trying to keep it balanced. Thank you.
Because we were talking about this earlier at lunch today. I'm a procrastinator and an excuse maker because I've been able to coast on charm and talent and looks and obviously my natural humility.
Mostly that.
Mostly my modesty. No, but you know, people give you free passes when they enjoy being around you, right? Because you're funny and vivacious and you know.
You don't have to make up excuses, they do for you.
Nice turn of phrase, indeed.
Yeah.
So I don't know that I've ever really been held accountable my whole life before this process, where there's a very simple black and white. There's a very simple answer. There's a very simple, do you want to get in or not? You know?
Rhodes says, I can't imagine Michael Voris has good dick game, so I don't believe it was that good. I humbly disagree with you. And the reason why I disagree with you is that Michael Voris, remember, Michael Voris is an ex-homosexualist, okay? He, in his videos where he talks about how he used to be gay, he used to cruise, like a lot, okay? Like, this guy has been around, all right? He's been on the cock carousel quite a lot, okay? So I don't know. I actually think it's probably pretty crazy, but it's that type of, but again, it's got the Catholic shit mixed in there, which ramps up the craziness, which for some people just ramps up the excitement. So, yeah, I don't know. I gotta say, I think he does actually. I don't want to like give credit to the like a terrible guy, but I bet it was good. Especially because their kinks aligned. They're both so aligned on the Catholic thing. But
yeah,
here's the teaser for later, okay, everybody? Here's the teaser for later. Where did it go wrong? We all know, I've teased that we know that Michael Voris has been ousted from the cult now. We're just watching this for the history's sake, so you guys can see where I was at, how I saw it so long ago. Can we start theorizing about where things could have gone wrong, okay? Because I told you, this is going to be a hell of a drama stream. It's drama. I want you to think about the salacious details right now. And also, if you've been having fun so far, because I certainly have been having fun. So if you agree,
I'm jumping past her asking for viewers subscribing and what have you. Because that her channel is no longer up. Well, it is up, her YouTube channels, but she's no longer making videos. There was some unrelated drama that happened. I don't know what it was, but I'm just so darn tickled. I'm so darn tickled that she correctly guessed all this. And we're learning a lot. The question was, of course, the important question. Does Michael Voris offer a good dicking down? And I am of Demon Mama's belief here that he is probably a tip-top sex haver because he appears to have had a lot. HBX, what are you making, Jake? I am making bread. That's the hope. I am making bread. We'll see how good it is.
And that's kind of what I was getting at earlier, that this coming to visit you guys here and this journey I've been on has been about learning to be accountable.
Also, I want to point out, of all places, this took place in Ferndale, Michigan. Within 30 minutes of where I am right now. 40 minutes, but still relatively close to where I am right now. Ferndale, Michigan, that's like if I said this took place in Greenwich Village. Or some burb of San Francisco. Like Ferndale, Michigan is a very gay-friendly town. Very gay-friendly. Like they have their own pride parade that's like locally famous. It makes no sense that there was a hate church that targeted gays in Ferndale. But here we are.
Matter, and that's almost impossible in such a fallen world, and especially a country as constitutionally gay and ghastly as America.
Explain what you mean by that, because we were talking about that at dinner the other night.
I'm amazed that anyone's heterosexual in America. I mean, this is the gay.
Oh man, I remember this line now. Oh my God, it's so incredible. The projection is amazing, but also kind of true though, kind of true.
Gayest country in the world. I mean, this is a country not just that where there's well-meaning.
He kind of right though. He's kind of right though. But it's for different reasons than he thinks. It's just because everybody is really gay, okay? Like there are way more like people who have fruit in them than anyone likes to admit, okay? In the far future, when nobody gives a shit about moralizing over being gay, I think that like nearly 100% of people will be at least a tiny bit gay. Like I don't think in a world where it's destigmatized, I don't think anybody would have, like very few people would strictly stick to like their own gender preferences. I just don't believe it. I have met so many people over the years, and every person, even the straightest people that you meet, it always turns out they got something a little gay going on.
Mine is the standard one that everybody, I think, in the world has, which is, of course, if David Bowie had asked, well, sure. But that's just because, the Labyrinth was filmed and released upon the world. And, of course, on the Kinsey scale, all of the measurements done before the Labyrinth are detailed. And then after the Labyrinth came out, it's everybody's bisexual, of course, on account of the Labyrinth.
It's just humans. That's just how it is. There's nothing in the world that says you have to stick to the opposite sex. There's no law. There's no biological law for that. Like reproduction isn't the only thing that our drives push us towards. And also, fucking all of the simians that are related to us genetically also engage in rampant homosexuality. Yeah, exactly. Like Ex Oblivion says, everyone at least wants to kiss their homies a little bit. People are gonna try and cancel me for this, by the way, but they're just coping. They're gonna want to cancel me for this, and then they're gonna immediately think about kissing their homies and kind of like the idea just a little.
I totally believe that Bowie was poly. That makes a lot of sense. Can you imagine how happy Bowie would have been if he were born a couple of decades later during the rise of ethical non-monogamy? Oh, my word. Every third kid in America would be blonde and skinny. And very bi. Yes. Yes, indeed. Babe with the power. What power? Power of voodoo. Who do you do? Do what? Remind me of the babe. I saw my baby crying hard as babes could cry. What could I do? My baby's mom had gone and left my baby blue. Nobody knew. Oh my God. Well, someday we're going to pirate the Labyrinth together. We'll watch it together and we will enjoy it. I do a decent Bowie voice specifically for that song and Underground. Just because I have sang them so much in the car. Ooh. Yeah. Fair enough. Child in a song, not good, generally speaking. Shade Dragon, it's both Baby's love had gone and Baby's mom had gone in different versions. In the first one, I believe it's love and then it's mom, but it is both. Because at one point he's talking about a literal baby that he has kidnapped. He plays a goblin king. It doesn't matter. We live in a bizarre world. We live in a very strange world. I'm realizing as I show you a stream from Demon Mama about these two banging it out. Hey, Natchikit, seems like the lyrics are a labyrinth. Bah, bah, bah.
Oh yeah, the gay penguins too. Let's go. Let's continue.
Lefty women in, Parliament who come in with a little pin. This is
Wait, what did I say? Did I not say homosexualism? Did I say something wrong? Whatever.
aggressive, strategic, relentless homosexuality. And you're forced to press your nose right up to the glass.
Relentless homosexuality.
24/7 in this country. I'm amazed anyone ends up straight. And in fact, when I started to talk to people, priests and therapists and all the rest of it about my journey, they said you should move. You should get out of America because...
Wicked Foxy Dragon with an interesting question. Aside from the movie having puppets, is there anything child-friendly about that movie? I mean, it's not really child. Kind of. I don't know, man. Here's the deal. I feel like in the script, like just on the page, it's probably fine. It's basically a story about taking on adult responsibilities, and crucially, not fleeing from your problems. But then they hired. That's the thing. They hired David Bowie, and Bowie it just changes the vibe of everything into like, it's like if you hired who's that gal from Mad Men, Christina Hendricks, to play Mother Teresa. The entire time people would be like, I'm sorry, what is this movie about? I was just looking at the hips. All right, back to these fellers.
This country will not be good for your recovery.
Yeah, that's true, Carly. You never know what kids
are very difficult. And in an insidious little way.
For your recovery.
Feel
God,
about
it's so
things.
sick. The ex-homosexual shit is so disgustingly sick. It's so twisted. Just why would you ever choose to live a life so miserable?
True. He does handle balls.
On behalf of like a book that doesn't even have good reasons for why you're not supposed to be gay. Ridiculous.
I have an additional layer of horror to deal with because I'm so personally responsible for so much of the rise of this gay conservative, gay Republican, the turning point USA influences like, yeah, I can be conservative. No, honey, you can't. At least not this way, Mm-hmm. And I'm responsible for a lot of that. I mean, people have committed terrible sins in their life, but I don't, not many people have to wake up and confront the truth.
By the way, for those who are out of the know right now, this is flirting. And I want to explain to you so that you can understand
I don't follow that
how
one.
I do it. Demon Mama, how do you understand? How do you see this like you do? How do you read the world in the way that you do? You're like some kind of Bene Gesserit witch or something. And the answer is, I'm going to share a little bit of the technique for you, the ability to read people. Okay? Think of it like this. He's boasting about how much of a bad boy, how broken he is, how uniquely evil and bad and flawed he is. This guy, Michael Voris over here, the leader of a Catholic cult, believes that through basically firm discipline and correction, anybody's soul can be saved. Milo is challenging him to do that. He's saying, look at how bad I am. I have so much sin to atone for. And he's going, you have so much sin to atone for, and I'm going to make you atone for it. Okay, do you see now? Have your eyes been opened? This is a form of flirting, a very open form of flirting. It's a very kinky form of flirting, but it is. By going on and on about how bad and how, oh, I've been so naughty. Imagine if he said it like that instead of, it's just painted in Catholic language. He's literally saying, I've been a bad boy.
I see what she's saying.
And yes, of course.
So literally, it's the Catholic. Yeah. Okay. So when she said painted in Catholic language, that I understood. So it's the same tropes. The ooh, I've been bad. Oh yeah, you're being bad. Yeah, I'm being bad. Maybe I'm not going to let you be bad. That sort of thing, but with Catholic. What is it? Like a Catholic skin, like in what have you, the Fortnite or whatever's. Same abilities, different. Oh, see you in a bit, Foxy. Yeah, Emily, that's what I thought, but that's what apparently what Demon Mama's saying here is that he's doing it as like making a big deal out of how lost he was, as opposed to how awesome he was, or radical, or whatever we think we're hearing. And then it does make sense when you see Michael Vohr's other half of this role play. This is their kink. Yeah. Yes, it is. You correctly identified.
The title is Milo Does Vortex, which is
Same,
I didn't even
Najikit.
mention that.
All things aside, says Najikit, I dig Milo's suit and tie. It looks good. I even like Michael Voris' suit and tie. These are two hateful men, but I can acknowledge they, well, and then his pants are awkward. Never mind regarding Michael Voris, but Milo's suit and tie, very, very crisp. Emily French, performative, yeah, but like, I think they're performing for themselves as to get a little thrill out of doing that in front of the cameras.
But yes, the title of this video, the official title of this video is Milo Does Vortex. And of course, Vortex is named after Michael Voris, the Vortex.
Truth that they are responsible for Lady Marga, the Trump-supporting drag queen. I mean, not many people have that on their conscience. And you know, I don't think that had it not been for me in 2015-16, that there would be a Caitlyn Jenner for California, for instance. I don't think that would have been possible, at least not yet. So I'm very...
Well, yes, obviously, we know that Milo is the bottom. So it is Vortex does Milo, but they're just playing around here. They're playing around. They're goofing. We know, for God's sake, it's so obvious.
I gotta say, it wasn't to me at first.
For all of the dominant types in my audience, for all of you types out there, don't worry. We're going to get to hear from Michael Voris, so you'll see what I'm talking about. Although I'm sure all of you dominant types are perfectly capable of reading what I'm seeing here in Milo's behavior. But don't worry, my fellow dominant types, you'll be able to see soon the other side.
Intent on spending the next 20 years of my life undoing some of the damage I did. And once I get past that, just continuing to bring people into the fold to the extent that I can with this center I want to open in Florida and whatnot. Because I feel
always got to be business,
moral responsibility and a calling, compulsion I think the Protestants always call it an anointing, don't they? They're always doing this. They're always doing
they're
this.
Always winds up being, there we are, business with these folks. You can't just ever be satisfied with, I don't know, the sexual thrill you get from flirting with somebody and making a mockery of a whole religion as you do it, because you're doing it under the guise of saying the person you're flirting with is someone you would never have sex with. Anyway, no, they always got to bring it back to the reason they are there. I want to open up a business in Florida. I'm working with you guys to start a business. I'm going to ask people who believe the things that I'm pretending to believe to give me money. What is this starting to sound like to you? It's starting to sound like the Democratic Party a little bit. I'm Mallory McMurrow. I'm going to tell you that I believe certain things. I will then try to get you to support things that are not that. I'm going to ask you for money. You sound a little bit like the Republican Party. I'm going to pretend. I care about this, that, or the other thing. I will deliver on nothing. And I will ask you for money. You guys, anybody out there get Trump emails? Do you find that you're randomly, automatically signed up to give money to the Trump campaign? What campaign, you might be asking? Surely he's not running again. He's already served 2 terms, hasn't he? They wouldn't automatically sign me up. Withdraw money from my account automatically? No, not Trump.
They're always doing. Everything's.
Also, we're not going to watch this whole thing. I just want to watch a little bit more because it's delicious. The what do you call it? The goss, man. They're flirting, and it's crazy to see.
Anointed, and the kind of coffee cups anointed. Everything evangelical world. Oh, it's a light bulb. It's anointed. No, but you know what I mean, right? There are callings, right? Mm-hmm. And I've always felt a calling to.
I wonder what branch of evangelicals were obsessed with the anointing. I mean, that's a word that's common in Christianity generally, but.
Well, no, wait a minute.
Help others sometimes at the expense of my own.
So, being anointed means different things to different sects. But like in the case of Jehovah's Witnesses, I think that refers to if you are one of the 40,000 that gets to be in actual heaven. But basically, it means I think that you can prophesy, which means that you have the ability to hear God's message. And so if you're saying blank will happen, it's not you saying it. If you're anointed, it's God saying it. Now, crucially, if somebody claims to prophesy, and anything they say as a prophecy turns out to be incorrect, the Bible instructs you to never listen to anything that person has to say ever again. We should take that lesson from the Bible and apply it to our politics. If somebody claims to be one thing or to be about one thing, and then they show themselves not to be, we don't have to do anything extreme. We just have to not listen to anything they have to say ever again, because they're liars. Oh, Sandy says, Jake, when you're done, leave the Discord. When you're done, leave the Discord because I need to talk to you about vertical streaming. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, see the Discord. Yeah. No, I got you. Let me jump up there. I shall, my friend. Oh, so yeah. Sandy, I go through StreamYard, but we'll talk in a little bit. Bada boom. Let's watch some more flirting.
Spiritual well-being or physical health or whatever.
Sure.
Which I definitely one thing that has not changed about me.
Thelon says, I don't know, getting kicked out of the cult you founded is kind of bonded behavior. Wrong! Wrong and toxic. Are you telling me that DOMs are not allowed, that tops and DOMs are not allowed to have moments of failure? We don't even know yet why he was, like, how he got caught. He was boinking his little gay, pious, struggling, sinful boy lover for years. And we don't even know yet how he got caught. Then again, it's Michael Forrest, so, you know, fuck him. But I won't accept it. Tops are allowed to fail. Tops are allowed to still be tops. DOMs are allowed to fail and still be DOMs, okay? Let's go.
But just
maybe
as
he was, yeah, maybe he was too good at topping. That very well could be. We're gonna, again, get your theory brains going because we have so much in front of us. This is going to be a mega segment, okay? It's a blessing, okay? It's what, to borrow from Milo, we've been anointed on this anointed day.
I start to get a toehold in this life now, getting out of where I was, I've instantly become less worried about me and more worried about how I can lower the drawbridge rather than pulling up behind me and help, who are the first 1,000 men that I can say I got out of it, right?
Right.
Because that could take me a decade just to do 1,000 men, but it's a decade well spent.
Sure.
So
let me ask you, for the viewers, from your perspective, talk to me for a little bit. Talk to us a little about the psychology of the same-sex attracted mind from younger times. I mean,
Oh my
there's
God!
no trauma per se, but what is different between the two? Because you'll hear between the so-called straight mind and the gay mind. What's different?
I think you have to talk about trauma in general terms without being very specific about anybody, because science is always on this endless quest to catch up with Catholicism. So there's endless, and sooner or later they kind of fall in line.
Right.
It seems as though some people are born with a predisposition toward or a weakness for or something, but we're really primarily talking about early childhood experiences that can indeed, in fact, make you gay. Born this way is a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie designed to keep you where you are and to damn you in the world hereafter. It's a lie. When these things happen in youth, and really it's about...
Yeah, they are, Nasty says they are both rock hard here, and I hate it. Yeah, well, you better get used to it, because you'd best start believing in a problematic Catholic gay romance adventure, because you're in one.
Fatherhood, having present male role models to whom you aspire and with whom you have an authentic and
This autofocus is killing me. I'm gonna have to fix this in a second. All right. Carly asking a good question. So when they did this interview, was it already known that these people are gay? Etch basically correctly answers, I don't think so. There's a slightly more detailed answer, though. Both of those guys are claiming to be reformed homosexuals, as in they had gay feelings and, in fact, still they would even say still experience gay thoughts. But they say they told people that they what would you say, are no longer practicing, I suppose would be the way to phrase that. Let's adjust this slightly. So they're up there telling untruths about gay folks. Well, they are saying it's not good to be gay and we're not anymore, but they were fucking behind the scenes. They were fucking each other. And it turns out, yes, that's exactly what was happening. It has now been confirmed that this isn't speculation. We're watching Demon Mama speculate about it, but she turns out to be correct. And in fact, she was so confident of her assessment of the situation that she went on to she assumed, well, this church is going to collapse because these dudes are flirting on church time and the church dime. These dudes are flirting with each other on a show produced by the church, which is all about, it's a hate church. It's all about hating folks for being gay, basically. And so the short answer is yes, it was known that they were gay, but it was thought, at least by the followers of the church at the time of the interview, that they did not, like Michael Voris, did he get married? I don't know. But they were claiming to be in the closet. Yeah, it's even juicier. Exactly. Natchkit says this whole interview was a nod and a twink. You earned this, buddy. You earned this. Hold on. Natchkit says this whole interview was a nod and a twink. Let me try it again. There we go. There. All right, let's get back to it. Oh, what time is it? Oh, it's almost the top of the hour, which means I'd like to remind you what the reason for the season is. Today is the Wicked Cookout. It's the third one we've done. We are doing this to deny the man 1 day's productivity. Since the 1970s, actually since the 1960s, productivity in America has skyrocketed. Well, the average pay for the U.S. worker has flatlined, and productivity has outpaced pay for the average worker consistently. That has led to fascism, which is the joining, frankly, of corporations and the state. And now we are experiencing the violent repercussions of our inaction, of our allowing the system to get out of control. So we are, during the Wicked Cookout, in protest and in solidarity, in protest of ICE in Minneapolis and in solidarity with the people of Minnesota and all people around the country who are being kidnapped and put into concentration camps by ICE. We are denying them 1 single day's productivity at a time, motherfucker, because this is the third one we're doing. We did the first one in the summer in cooperation with La Cultura del Mundo, and we are continuing now with the ICE Out protests. I invite you to make note of these events. The next one that comes around, and there will be another one, I would like you to host a party. I would like you to take the day off of work, invite as many folks as you can. Just make a social media post telling folks they can come on over to your apartment, your house, your tent in the alley, wherever it is you are in this horrible economy of ours. Invite people over. This also allows people who are afraid that ICE might be able to arrest them with just a glance to participate in such a protest because it would be on your private property. Invite folks over. Try to grow the movement. Try to get them to take the day off with you. Have a party during work hours and invite people over. If you like, you can put on the Wicked Cookout and we'll entertain you all day. So, back to it. Here is the single most sexually charged interview I have seen since the last time these two did an interview together.
mutually respectful relationship, somebody who can teach you how to go from a boy to a man. Girls basically do okay without dads, and they can do okay without moms. Boys can even survive without moms, but boys cannot survive without fathers. And society cannot survive without men.
So, this very gay gentleman, during the brief time where he was pretending to not be gay, pushed the message that that men who are raised without fathers turn gay, and people who are themselves inclined to suck cock, for example, are eager to believe that because, of course, it means that uh, their tendencies are not their fault, or if they were raised by a father and they're telling themselves, "Ooh, I don't think about sucking cock. I really don't desperately want to suck cock just to see what it's like." They tell themselves, "I can't be gay because, of course, I had a father." It is the sort of thing that people use to comfort themselves when they are having questions. Let's read some comments from the audience here. Bruce Gregson says single mother syndrome. Wicked Foxy Dragon says, Jake, I thought you were in my house just now. Oh no. Uh-oh. Did you see a gangly Lithuanian running around? Oh, I came in and heard you talking. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, Natchikit, me too. I'm not joking when I say I would put in work to get the holy mackerel people up and running again. Like if I could somehow um if I could somehow yeah, I thought I closed YouTube. Oof. Yeah, HBX and I and Natchikit HBX and I went to the same place like yeah, I do tend to haunt. But yeah, I'm not joking when I say I would put in work to get the holy mackerel people back up and running. Uh, I think it's kind of amazing that they went from where they started as basically interns at this place to having a successful sketch comedy show. And I think they actually do have comedic chops. And that the oh, Zoe was watching. Good girl. Yeah, but I think they're worth saving. Shade Dragon says they say it's bad for boys not to have fathers, yet they don't like it when boys have two dads. Yeah, the talent is there, and you know what? I'm about ready, Natchkit. I'm about ready to switch over to Holy Mackerel, so we can see what it is. I mean, yeah, I think y'all are basically getting what happened with these fellas here. Michael Voris. This is like a Renaissance painting with Demon Mama and the horns too. Michael Voris, Milo Yiannopoulos. So you get it. These two did an interview. It was supposedly about Milo's journey, whatever. In actuality, it appears to have been an opportunity for these two to just flirt hard in front of cameras and I think get some kind of thrill from mocking their audience with it. But what makes it so fascinating to me is that Demon Mama being a better person than I am naturally was saw through all of this hate that they're preaching and came to actually appreciate the sketch comedy Holy Mackerel, which was also produced by this church. But because of her background, both with Christian cults and with being in the queer community herself. She recognized a scandal brewing here that the rest of us really didn't see coming. At least I certainly didn't. I wasn't even aware of this church until the early days of this scandal was breaking. She saw that, and her reaction to it, was not just to fiddle while Rome burned, or that's not really a good analogy. Her reaction to that was not just to stand by and enjoy the suffering of people who were happy to cause suffering in her life. Her reaction was instead to reach out and save their media. So first of all, she understood that the scandal was there. Number two, tries again. First of all, she was mature enough to develop a love for some media that they had, despite the fact that they were advocating for her actual physical harm. Number two, she had the ability to see that the scandal was there and that it would have repercussions within their cult. Number three, she was able to realize that's putting this media in danger, because these aren't the sort of folks who have, like, she noted this media is not uploaded anywhere except where the church has the ability to play it or not play it. Meaning it's not saved, it's not protected. And then she went out of her way. She went out of her way to save that media. Demon Mama did more for Holy Mackerel than any of the people who might have claimed to have been fans before she discovered them. Milo Yiannopoulos got Holy Mackerel destroyed, basically, by destroying the church. Michael Voris, same thing. He was the leader of this cult, but he also destroyed it. But Demon Mama, somebody who I cannot stress enough is a minority who is being targeted by these people, by this well-funded cult, saved it. Yes, that's it exactly, Natchkit. Real empathy, even if they didn't deserve it. I am going to try to be more like Demon Mama. And that should make Christians very happy. Holy Mackerel time, folks. It's Holy Mackerel time. Season 6 finale. Oh my God. How far did we get? A loan shark? New beginnings? Meat alert? Philly cheese mistake? Oh, God. Sort Out Your Life, I think, is the last one we watched.
What is this? Whoever did this, I am going to make them.
Anyway. Yeah, the mackerel is indeed upon us. And so we are enjoying this cookout together. Let us enjoy what I hope becomes the traditional media. Sort of like watching Die Hard on Christmas, or one of the other lesser Christmas movies, I suppose, The Grinch. I think on the Wicked Cookout, I'd like to watch at least an episode, and in this case, a marathon of Holy Mackerel.
Pay for more whiteout. Don't they know how expensive these things are? The costs just keep adding up. Huh. Cleaning off this graffiti.
Loan shark.
Yes.
Oh, we watched this.
Thank God I caught up with you. My name is
That's where this guy learns how to make money by scamming his friends. So we're actually on Monica's Restless Prayer Game.
Come on, guys, I need some healing here. Bogey's on her 6. More dots, more dots.
More damage over times.
Come on, guys, I need healing.
Now listen, that's a piece of acting I could criticize. What was that supposed to mean? She's clearly well engaged in something. You're just dangling the crucifix like, Speak up, dude. Even if you wanted to put the game down, come on now. Muppet Christmas Carol, that's an excellent one. You'd have to curse more to be more like her, but horns wouldn't be the worst. In the way I'm balding, horns would work too well. There's a spot for them now.
Come on, guys, where are you? Oh, come on, Leroy, don't just run in there and get us all eliminated.
Oh, no. I'm going to do this just so that we don't get... Oh, she played games all night. So we don't get demonetized. We're not monetized, but whatever.
GG, guys, that was a lot of fun. Yeah, I really want to save it for that armor set. It'd be really good for my spec. All right, guys, yeah. Well, I got to go to bed. I got work in the morning, and I already know I'm going to be super tired. All right, night, guys.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Oh, great
I
cut.
believe in God, the Father Almighty, the maker of heaven and earth, and in Jesus Christ, his only Son, our Lord, who was conceived by the power of the Holy Spirit, born of the Virgin Mary, crucified under Pontius Pilate, suffered death, and was buried. He descended into hell. On the third day, he rose again. He ascended into heaven and is seated at the right hand of God, the Father Almighty. From thence he shall come to judge the living and the dead.
I believe in the Holy Spirit, of the Holy Catholic Church, the communion of saints, the forgiveness of sins, the resurrection of the body, and life everlasting. Amen.
Whoa, am I daydreaming?
Oh,
This is so cool! I'm gonna go on an adventure! Aw, a Goomba! Die, Goomba!
they have animation now. My word. Good for you. Good for you, holy mackerel. They started with not even really being able to frame a shot. Oh.
Ooh, coins! Money, money, money.
Arm.
Ah, the armor set! I want this so bad! Oh man, I'll never save up this much.
Would you like a loan?
Ah.
Loan shark?
You know you want that armor set. You would be the envy of all your gaming friends.
Why are you throwing sharks with lasers at me?
To show you how much you need to raise your defensive skill.
I can beat you without it, Lone Shark. Ouch!
Oh.
My HP!
No, you can't. But you could at an interest rate of 20%.
I feel like Andrea would enjoy
That's a
this
lot of
for an
interest.
actual game.
But think of how much faster you can farm gold with that armor set. You could pay off the loan by Easter.
Huh. I didn't think about that.
Oh. A good little piece of acting. Hey, there's our guy.
Oh, working. Oh, hi, Holy. Yeah, I stayed up all night playing video games till like 3 in the morning. Oh, yeah, sorry. Oh, yeah, here you go.
God, holy mackerel's the janitor now in this. Yeah. Is there a Christian
Wait, how do you know I
tsunami
fall asleep
code?
during chapel?
Confession? Yeah, I think so.
You're right.
Yeah,
I should go get some caffeine.
Catholic, at least. Forgiven for all sins.
Hey, can I get one of those?
Hi. No offense, but it looks like you kind of need that.
None taken.
Oh.
I stayed up all night playing video games.
Why
What kind of
do
games
you
you play?
have to specify, lady? You don't have to specify that you stayed up playing video games.
Mostly online RPG.
Oh, I used to play those type of video games all the time. Gotta be careful though; they can become pretty addictive.
Yeah, especially when you're trying to pray and all you can do is daydream about them.
Oh, you work at St. Mike's up the road there?
Yeah.
Very cool. You know,
St. Mike's, I gotta tell you, I am who this guy is playing in real life, a local of the area. And I did not know this church was there. It's the most hidden church I have ever known about. I saw that. I hope the Natchkit says, I hope the cleaning lady character shows up. I saw her in the background of the prayer scene. I did see her sitting right behind our girl. See? There she is. And there's the fella that was scamming his friends for money.
gotta be careful though; they can become pretty addictive.
Yeah, especially when you're trying to
The
pray
church was
and all you
literally
can
in
do
the
is daydream about
closet.
them.
Such a good
Oh, you
point.
work at St. Mike's up the road there?
Yeah.
Very cool. You know, you remind me of myself.
Very
a few
cool.
Years ago, I was in.
Hey, you work at St. Mike's up the road there? Yeah. Well, that place that that wants to kill 20% of America? Yeah. Neato. Radical.
Got famous for being really good at online RPGs. Like
Hey,
you, I'd
buddy.
stay up late gaming, but it took over my life. Although I was pretty popular with the gaming community, I was finding myself not being very popular with God. So I knew what I had to do.
Wait, are you Drago653?
Yeah, but you can call me John.
Wow, that's so cool. I just bumped into you. Thanks, but I think I know what I gotta do. It's just that.
Well, hold on now. There's nothing wrong with having a good time with your friends. But a friend is not a friend if they don't accept that you have other priorities.
Okay, God, I'm sorry I don't give you enough time. It's just that my gaming friends rely on me to.
That's a little creepy somehow. What the am I even
Sorry,
seeing this?
it's just my gaming friends look forward to playing with me online and. What?
What the
Loan shark?
so fucking weird.
What do you want, loan shark?
How about that loan?
I don't know. This game takes a lot of my time, so I have less time to give to God.
Then I guess I'm gonna have to equip this new armor.
Whoa. That armor looks so cool.
If y'all want to enjoy this for yourself, here's where you can access the whole holy mackerel thing. This is the sort of thing that I recommend watching while you are heavily inebriated. Where's Pixel Jake? Asked Donald James X. Great question. I might steal the character designs of these folks just so I can edit myself into this. Oh, holy mackerel. Yes. Get in there, buddy.
Holy
mackerel!
I'm
Terrifying.
trying to conduct business here. Don't you have a bathroom to clean?
Holy, I want to give time to God, but I also want to have time to play games with my friends. Oh, it's Link! Hey, Link, that's a pretty cool shield.
It's a Bible.
So, which is it going to be? You want to have the best armor set in the game? Or do you want to be a noob?
I don't have time for both. So there's only one clear choice. I know it's halfway through Lent already, but I'm giving up video games for Lent.
Good for her, but can I just say, I don't know that I agree with what is this? With Monica's decisions here, or assessment here, not decision, but assessment. You can play a game for not 8 hours or whatever it is. You could just play for, say, 1 hour if you were looking for a reasonable pastime. But whatever, it's a comedy. Congratulations, Monica, for your spiritual growth. Oh, Latina Mafune.
Why did you have to get into the middle of my business deal? I could have made a fortune. I ought to fire you. All right.
Not a true
Maybe
believer.
I shouldn't have turned into an 8-bit video game and invaded her daydream.
Wait, were you two?
What? Turn into an 8-bit video game and invade your daydream? You know how crazy that sounds?
Look, even though they are on spiritually opposite sides of the coin, they both unite to gaslight her about the fact that they invaded her mind. Yeah, the suits aren't bad. Actually,
Yeah,
the suits are pretty good.
Oh, well, thanks. I need to give up video games anyway for Lent. So, thank you guys. I feel much better now.
No problem, kid. Now you two get back to work immediately.
Yeah.
I don't see a water cooler around here.
I think that guy in the background genuinely just didn't want to interrupt their shot, but they used it again. Here's me critiquing in a positive way their style here. So just like with that other guy that was in the garage where they probably told him, like, look, we just need to keep the camera on you while he walks all the way down to the end of your driveway, because we might need the footage for cutting back. But they kept all of his commentary to them, the makers of this thing, and they're like, my neighbors are gonna wonder what the heck I'm doing. And they understood it was there was something there. It worked if he was talking about the holy mackerel as well. Just then, they used the guy in the background, his reaction to a film crew filming a comedy bit and his not being quite sure what's happening.
You guys.
Look at the guy in the
I
background.
feel much better now.
No,
they understand it works as well for an
you two
employee's reaction to these two weirdos, how they operate in the office.
Back to work immediately. I don't see a water cooler around here.
He's scramming out of the way. Yeah. And they're showing some character development.
Have mercy
Loan
on
shark.
us and on the whole world.
Fear of religion
For
there.
the sake of his sorrowful passion, have mercy on us and on the whole world.
Or respect, I should say.
Oh, you started without me?
No, I'm just finishing up the Divine Mercy Chaplet. But we can pray the rosary in a minute. But first, I gotta tell you something crazy that happened.
Sounds bananas. Gonna give it a scoop.
Holy cow, let me tell you about my day. No, not you! I'm trying to have a moment with my brother!
Oh, that's her brother. Yeah! Will never not be weird for me to see that graphic there. Like, reminder, these people tried to get other people killed. Yeah, they may have walked into Milo before. That makes sense. Walked in on him and church leadership. By the way, Milo Yiannopoulos appears in these videos. Let's enjoy the next crazy thing.
Happy birthday to you.
Oh.
Happy birthday to you.
The thing is, they know this is awkward and they're not able to make non-awkward content, and so they lean into the awkwardness, and I think that's a great move.
Happy birthday, dear Jackson.
Uh-oh, kid. Don't do it, kid. You know what day of the week it is. Not allowed to eat that meat.
Hey, Jack. Jack, you can't eat that. It's Friday. Says who? Canon law of the Catholic Church. That's who. Whatever.
Oh, dude. Oh, no. He took the bite. He's sinning. Oh, Jesus. That's actually creepy.
What are you doing? I think the holy mackerel's after me. Did you eat the burger? I think I saw the holy mackerel. Did you eat the burger? Did you? Did you?
Oh, appreciate it, Shade Dragon. This doesn't apply to kids under 7. Let's see if they catch that. Because they do know their specifics.
There's only one course of action we have now.
Ah! Hockey gear, okay. Good start. You definitely shouldn't just let this fish man stalk you. I think the no red meat, Latino Mufune says, I think the no red meat on Good Friday thing was what made me first skeptical about Catholicism. Yeah, it's odd. It's odd that it's so specific. It's odd that fish aren't included, for example. And it smacks of arbitrary rulemaking. And if you're not crazy for that to lead you down a route of self-examination, because if God is making an arbitrary rule about this, what is to say another rule isn't arbitrary? It's a very strange thing. On the other hand, there is no explanation for the universe that is not weird. I once heard atheism described as the belief that a bunch of rocks turned into cells and we all come from rocks. And it's actually not inaccurate. Not inaccurate. I don't know that I would say specifically rocks, but that time and the churning of chemicals resulted randomly in life is essentially my theory of how we all came to be. And when you state it flatly, it's pretty weird as well. This is so bizarre. I thought Hinduism was complicated. Everything's complicated. The world's complicated. And any attempt to explain it must necessarily be complicated. Otherwise, it won't cover all our questions. All of our questions. I don't know why I can't speak. Yes, I do. I'm exhausted. Here it is. Let's see how these kids survive. Oh, wait a minute. I'm so sorry. They use copyrighted music very freely. Oh. So, kids, I gotta wonder, what do you hope is gonna happen? That's an adult-sized fish man. What's the hardest you think you can hit him with a hockey stick? Maybe if you had a piercing implement. That's a terrifying man.
Supposed to be in bed. What are you guys doing awake? You should be in bed. Get out of that hockey gear.
But the holy mackerel's after us.
You're too old to believe in the holy mackerel. You get to bed now.
What? That has raised so many more questions than it's answered. Oh no.
But if we go to sleep, the holy mackerel will get us. But Grandpa told us we have to go to bed.
It's like a horror movie. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, you can eat fish or beavers or seals or dolphins or whales. You can eat all those things because all those things are fish biblically, same as bats are birds. I see, because fish swim and bats fly, and birds fly. I get it. Latino Mufune, I was like, wait, if I eat beef jerky today, I will go to hell. But on every other day, it's fine. That's hella sus. Yeah, don't eat it. Don't eat
So what
the
are we
burger.
gonna do? Why don't you go and check outside?
Some good acting there. Good eyeball acting. Also, I find it amazing that those kids are clearly having the time of their lives. Oh, like you can see them smiling and giggling. It's amazing. And oh my God, I never thought we'd see Holy Mackerel unmasked. And it's the grandpa? A what?
Boys, relax. It's just me, Grandpa. Boys, you're both old enough now. And Jackie, you just turned 7. You guys know you're not supposed to eat meat on Friday.
Oh, Natchikit. Wait, who said that? Was it Natchikit or was it Shade Dragon? That pointed. Shade Dragon appears to be our expert. Just turned 7, you see. Just turned 7. Ha ha.
You're at that age, you have to take some responsibility. So the Holy Mackerel probably just wants you to go to bed right now.
Okay, Grandpa.
All right, boys. Good night.
But did he eat the burger? Wait a minute. I saw baby oil, but leave it alone. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ugh.
Close enough.
Oh.
Cool story, Holy. But this brings up a lot of questions.
Yeah.
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 All right. So this grandpa character tells his grandkids stories about you, the Holy Mackerel, telling them to not eat meat on Fridays. So you have a storybook about a grandpa telling his grandkids about you?
So, where's the origin of these stories? Did Grandpa tell your story first, or was it the other way around?
This is all getting really meta.
It's a great point.
And another thing, this grandpa character actually has a mask of your face. But it's not you because you're you, right?
Yeah, because people keep asking me, who's the Holy Mackerel? It's such a strange question. Obviously, Holy Mackerel is the Holy Mackerel. So, some people even think that Michael Voris is the Holy Mackerel.
I am now desperate to know who the Holy Mackerel actually is. I'm desperate to know. Yeah. The Holy Mackerel writes a horror biographical short film about himself and then tries to pitch it. Yes, very well summarized. He just happens to have a fish costume hanging around, says Wicked Foxy Dragon. Yeah. You know, standard Jesus, we are in a weird place. I'm desperate to know who plays Holy Mackerel.
Holy cow. Thanks for the story. Not you.
Okay. How many people think, is Holy Mackerel's existence ever explained, or are we just supposed to roll with it? We're just supposed to roll with it. How many people think these folks are deeply inspired by Harvey Birdman, attorney at law? Have you seen Harvey Birdman, attorney at law? I think these folks are majorly inspired by that. Is Holy Cow gonna get a bigger role?
Say, Holy Cow. Except I have been searching high and deep for your file through the company documents, and I don't see you anywhere. You don't even work here. You don't draw a check, but you keep showing up randomly for some reason. So I am going to have to ask you to leave the premises for good.
No.
And if you show your snout again anywhere on the campus, I will be forced to call the local farmers to escort you out of here.
This time, Loan Shark's gone way too far. There's got to be
Now,
something.
wait a
we can
minute.
do.
I grant that they're nice folks and they want to be welcoming, but Lone Shark did point out that it's a place of business and Holy Cow is not an employee. What the fuck is he doing there? But okay. Also, I'm supposed to be at an event this afternoon. I will have to check that. Excuse me for a moment.
Monica, what are you doing?
I'm doing something about it.
Oh, dang it, I missed that. Well, this is brutal. Pacino tracks, to be honest. Yeah. Oh, that's an answer to who plays Holy Mackerel? Is it Pacino? Yes, I get Pacino vibes from the hand gestures. I do think Mackerel is Boris. That suit's very expensive and tailored. Oh, maybe. Maybe. I think, but when it started off, here's the thing. When it started off, it was such like a slapdash thing that I think it was like some kids, basically. Maybe not actually kids, but like very junior in the organization folks. Oh. Let's get back to it, gang. Y'all, we might be joined by a little girl named Sandra Monica, who I am babysitting, doggy sitting, well, doing this.
All right, guys. I've called you all into this meeting to discuss
What is going on?
Loan Shark.
There. Oh, this is painful. Come on, buffer. Now, these problems aside, let me tell you, I'm very impressed that this is only using 79 kilobytes of memory. Oh. Well, as long as this is...
He's become a serious problem to us here. First, he takes over the company. Second,
yeah, that's
he demotes
a problem.
Holy Mackerel to be the janitor. Third, he's nickel and diming all of us here with high fees and interest rates for all sorts of things. The last thing,
Back grabbing the girl.
He forbade Holy Cow from being on the property here.
Without Holy Cow, I'm worried that I'm going to forget to eat meat on the first Friday of Easter.
We all are. This is why we need to figure out what we're going to do about Loan Shark. There's only 1 week left to Lent, so we need to have a plan to figure out how to deal with this. Any ideas?
I had to run back just to tell you how impressed I am with that joke. Without Holy Cow, I'm afraid that I'm going to forget to eat meat on the first Friday of Easter, or first Friday of Easter. We all are. So listen, just that delivery was very good. The delivery and the line, just that we all are. Like, of course. Yes, obviously that would be a tragedy if we forgot that we could eat meat. Oi. Yes. This is subtext I did not get that apparently everybody else that was watching it, except for myself and the entire church militant, was appreciating. Being involved in a sexual scandal and having a show about eating fish as a fishman and being named Boris is kind of on the nose. Yeah, it's about how you're not supposed to eat meat, and unfortunately, you gotta eat fish. Now, maybe I didn't notice because I'm quite fond of eating fish, but these folks really would have preferred to eat meat and made that very, very clear. But Holy Mackerel is there to tell them that, unfortunately, it's fish for them on Fridays during Lent.
Well, I heard.
Again, this is an entire church made up around the idea of being reformed, and that Vor is okay. Yeah. Around being reformed homosexuals. But there's nothing to reform, in my opinion. It's just like, it's like trying to reform the color of your eyes or the left-handedness or whatever.
Sharks run away when you smack them on the nose. So maybe.
Oh my God.
We could sneak up to Loan Shark.
Why do people take so long?
With a blunt object. And say, "Hey, Loan Shark!" Then smack him on the nose. He'll run off, crying like a baby, and never come back.
Wait, you heard that when you smack a shark on the nose, they run away?
Yeah?
I didn't know sharks could run.
Regardless of whether sharks can run or not, and they can't, we can't just go around assaulting Loan Shark.
I'm not trying to insult this actor. I like the fact that he's actually getting better. Like, as each take happens, or as each scene happens, much less each episode. But can you imagine if that line was read by like a 30 Rock actor, like a professional, like, regardless of whether or not sharks can run away, and they can't. The problem here is it just very funny. Very, very funny writing.
You can only use violence in self-defense. Besides, hitting sharks on the nose, that whole thing is a total myth. Hitting Loan Shark on the nose would just make him angry. And he'd probably just come after you.
Come back here, Monica. I'm angry.
Any other ideas?
I just might have an idea to get rid of Loan Shark for good. I could create a fake website for a fake real estate company. Then
Reef Estate.
we could approach Loan Shark disguised as representatives of that company. We convince Loan Shark to invest a lot of money into that fake business. Then the fake company would go into bankruptcy. Loan Shark would lose everything and have to sell the company back to us for cheap, just to stay.
I do want to point out that what they are describing here is an actual scam that big business does all the time. Actually, Mitt Romney, once upon a time, presidential candidate for the Republican Party, was involved in it. Bain Capital does this stuff. When you basically, this is called a hostile takeover. When you sell somebody, or this is how you would do a hostile takeover. You sell somebody bad assets knowing it's going to put them in a position that will make them have to sell you assets that you would prefer. This is what they are describing. I don't know if it comes from personal knowledge, if it comes from the fact that the church is itself having, at this point in the timeline, huge financial issues as a result of loans and basically cons like this. But yeah, it's they are speaking of weirdly detailed knowledge. They're a hate cult. We're a hate cult, but this is adorable. Yes, yeah, a lot of weird. This is like if Pol Pot had a like a charming announcement jingle for when he declared what next ethnic group he was going to
Stay afloat.
Whoa, 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 whoa. We can't just going around lying and
Well, that was
cheating
weird.
people, okay? Even if it's Loan Shark. Again, Catholics don't act like that.
But what other way is there?
There's got to be another way. Plus, that plan is really complicated, and you need like 11 people to pull off a heist like that. Believe me. Any other ideas?
Maybe we could get him to trust us. We take him out to the movies. Order sushi out. Befriend him. Tell him how great and awesome he is. Have a good old fun time. Meanwhile, one of us goes into his office and gets on his computer and logs into his social media accounts. We post unpopular thoughts in his name, making him public enemy number one. He'll be forced out of business by the outrage SJW culture, demanding he resign.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, we should do that. Way to go.
Charlie, what you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent idea were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. We will not use your stupid idea. And may God have mercy on your soul.
All right, so we all know that they're ripping off the Adam Sandler movie, but that was a good ripoff if you're going to do it. Well done. Yeah, but look, I do want to point out how the humor, or not the humor, but here we are in 2026. This was filmed back when people still said SJW. Have you noticed that people aren't really making fun of social justice warriors anymore? That's what that used to be. Aren't really making fun of the people for being too PC. there's always been some pushback against asking people not to be rude and bigoted and cruel. And there has been an attempt to gaslight us into thinking that the people who are simply asking for basic human decency are somehow like hobbyist botherers of some sort. But have you noticed that these days you don't really hear about that? Well, why is that? Maybe it's because there's ICE agents in the streets killing motherfuckers. Killing 3 Americans, rounding up brown folks and putting them in concentration camps. The Kavanaugh Klansmen are out there because the 14th Amendment was just trampled on by the Supreme Court, saying that you can discriminate. You can stop somebody on the basis of their skin color. It's not an exaggeration for me to say that. That was declared by Kavanaugh in the Supreme Court, with Kavanaugh writing the opinion. Kavanaugh Klansmen are out there. So as much love as I have for these goofballs that made this show, you see a bit of the culture, like the casual conversation that they toss in there, and a bit of the culture that got us to this point where they say, you know, we're gonna have him these SJWs. We're gonna get him to offend them, and they'll cancel him, because that's a major problem. You know, people choosing to stop listening to folks who preach hate because they're so irrational, these people. But it could not be clearer that the SJWs and those who were PC before them, and whatever cruel words people use to describe those who gave a damn about other people's rights, we're totally correct. We're 100% correct. The people that were accusing Trump of being a fascist, a Nazi, totally correct. That's why we're having this today, because of the effects that these people were warning about, and accurately so. Hey, Pinkerbell, good to see you. I got bad news for you, Pink. Holy Cow has been kicked out of the Church Militant by Loan Shark. They're searching for plans to fix it, and this guy's got some schmutz on his lip.
You want to hurt me? Go right ahead if that makes you feel any better. I'm an easy target.
Oh, he's quoting another movie back at him.
Yeah,
I love it.
You're right. I have bad ideas. I also listen to ideas. I could be a cold-hearted cynic like you, but I don't like to hurt people's feelings. You can think what you want about me. I'm not changing. I like me. My friends like me.
For the record, this one is from Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
My viewers like me. Because I'm the real article. What you see is what you get.
He's also depressed.
Dude, I love that movie.
I know, right? Thanks for the setup.
If we're done with the movie references, can we get
All
back
right,
to
well
the
done.
topic at hand here?
Well done.
Yeah, I just don't know what to do.
Maybe we could use my idea, just, you know, without the hacking into his social media part.
You're saying befriend him?
Yeah, you know, show him we are Christian by our love.
By our love?
Show him we are Christian by our love.
Charlie, that's actually worse than your first idea.
You're no fun.
Well, I gave up fun for Lent.
I thought you gave up everything for Lent.
Everything includes fun.
Well, I have no good ideas.
Me neither.
I got nothing.
Yeah. Maybe you're right, Charlie. Maybe I should just get a gift card to some fish restaurant and then take him out, you know, talk to him, man to shark, and talk about the issues.
Man to shark.
Good luck with that.
Hope it works.
We'll be praying for you.
I have to say, there is no scenario, almost no scenario, where you could get where you one coworker could get me to do anything with them outside of work. I did go to a couple of parties throughout my time. I felt obligated and will never, ever, ever do so again. I don't understand that. I don't understand what in such a plan that somebody makes, the assumption is that there is a desirable thing for the other person. Like, we'll trick him into going out to dinner with us. And then we'll do a thing as though it was so tempting to go out to dinner in the first place. What's the point of the job if not to have your own money to go do as you please with it? Go to dinner when you please, order what you want at your own time. Also, you just saw these people all day. You want to talk more? You already have lunch together. Why do you have to have dinner together? I just don't get it. Tony Kaiser. They're scared of something they say doesn't exist. They're scared of God. These people are super Catholic. I don't know what to tell you, Tony Kaiser. These people are this thing is being filmed out of a church. It's a church group that you're seeing. So I don't know what to tell you, man. I mean, they would describe themselves as God-fearing. You're not actually wrong. All right, I will go that far. They would call themselves God-fearing, certainly. Yeah, exactly, Pink. If I'm not being paid, I'm not hanging out with those people. I'm sorry. It's just, yeah. Work life is just for work, 100%. All right, once again, letting the little girl out. That's a great visual gag.
Hey, Lone Shark, I wanted to talk to you about something important. I thought we could do it over a nice fish dinner.
Absolutely not! You are absolutely ridiculous for thinking that I would ever want to go out to eat with a bottom feeder like you. I don't even like that place. They serve pufferfish. How pathetic and ridiculous. You are fired. Just a minute.
Well, now I feel bad.
Hello? What? Why do people knock on my door and run? It's so frustrating. What is this? More graffiti? Oh, I'm gonna have to get more whiteout.
Oh boy.
Oh.
Hey, Holy. I need some advice. Ever since Lone Shark kicked out Holy Cow, I've been trying to rack my brains and think of a way to deal with it. The other thing is, he's charging high fees and interest rates on people, and they just keep getting worse and worse. And if something doesn't happen, I fear things are just going to get worse. No. We can't go full Chief Brody on him. I already went through all this with the others, and there just doesn't seem to be any ideas that'll seem to work. Prayer? That's the go-to suggestion by people who don't actually want to do any work. We need to find more concrete solutions. No. Okay, all right. I'll try praying. I probably should have done it that way anyways, just like you said. Lord, I don't see any human resolution to this, so I give it all to you. Jesus, I trust in you.
Ugh. I am so stressed out right now. Oh, I can't stand every 2 weeks signing payroll checks. Ugh. Maybe. Oh, I just got to get through this. I don't know.
Just real quick, I want to say that is great
If I
framing
can
as
do it
well.
right now.
That's really good.
Now, what? This person makes so much money. It's almost minimum wage. Oh, I can't stand this. Oh, I don't know. I have an idea. Maybe I could take a break and give out some loans. That is what I enjoy. Here we go.
Hey guys, this is the wrong script in the prompter.
That is because I loaned you a new script. Don't worry, it'll be interest-free as long as you read it.
You know, this wasn't part of the deal.
I said read it.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to The Vortex, where diversity and inclusion are dialogued and welcomed.
Go on.
I'm Michael Voris. Our name, Church Militant, implies a toughness and a rigidness.
That's it.
So we are changing our name from Church Militant to Church of... No.
Huh?
No,
What?
no, absolutely under no circumstances are we doing this. No way.
Why not?
No, because this wasn't part of the original deal. We expose lies and falsehoods here. We don't compromise with evil.
Oh, I thought you'd like it. Oh, man. Oh, what a waste of time. I even had a new sting and everything made for the ending.
Hello, I'm Christine Niles. Today's Friday, April.
Christine, I have some stories I could loan you for the headlines about a school of fish.
Stop it, Loan Shark.
What?
We've got our stories. We're covered. I'm on a deadline here. Please, we've got it.
But
no.
Gabriel, I see you're editing mic'd up there. Maybe I could loan you some ideas for your ed.
No. I'm on a deadline. I got to get this done. I can't afford to make any more graphics right now.
Okay. Well,
sorry.
As you were. Peter, the Vortex producer. Maybe I could loan you some producing ideas.
Look, man, I just don't have time right now, okay?
No biggie. The marketing team, how nice to see you all. You know, I have some ideas about branding colors. I was thinking of sea blue and maybe cyan.
No, we're all good. We have our branding set.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, well, you guys do good work. Continue what you're doing. All right, bye. See you later. Okay. Have a nice day. The door is stuck. I don't understand. Why don't they want a loan from me? I'm alone. Shark. Nobody cares about me. Can't they see? They need me. It costs a fee, yet they plead me when they need a lone shark. Is there anyone in this vast ocean blue to loan me a minute, or maybe two on the phone?
Oh, there's so much I want to respond to. I'm sorry. I'm trying to entertain the internet as well as a pit bull. Milo is such a princess, says Pinkerbell. No way he appears on camera without showing his face. Agreed. And he surely does. That's in response to HBX saying, I could see Milo being Lone Shark. If he didn't appear in the same place at the same time, I would agree. They are showing, because it seems like the sort of chaos. I don't know. There's an innocence, though. There's a... Lone Shark. I see what you're saying. I was thinking of... Holy mackerel. Wow, why did I blank? Oh... They're showing how useless the boss is. I love it. Absolutely. This is just such a weird thing. But yeah, really, really enjoying this episode so far. I'll be back in a moment.
I am alone. Shark.
Ha!
My fins are strong. My teeth sharp.
Way to pick up on it, does
So
Mike.
what is
Totally.
this pain I feel in my heart? I'm just alone. Alone, shark. I'm king of the sea. I prey on the poor. I can smell a drop of fear for a mile, maybe more. But this time, the drop of fear is my own. I am alone.
Oh, I appreciate it, my friend.
Lord, you've graced me with many gifts. But now it seems as if those gifts are also my curse.
Okay, Shade Dragon. I think we might need to take bets of some kind on this. Because you bring up an interesting point. Suits are, how a suit fits, and if it's the same actual suit, makes a big difference. Now, I will say this. During last season of this, the person playing Holy Mackerel appeared to be kind of out of shape. And say what you will about Michael Voris, he has always been in tip-top shape. But you still might be onto something, because they don't always have the same person playing Holy Mackerel. Like sometimes, we'll do a camera trick where they put somebody else in it. I want to find out. Unfortunately, it's not popular enough. It's just you and me and Demon Mama's audience and former members of this extremist cult that are aware of this media at all. So there's not, to my knowledge, a way we can find out who played Holy Mackerel. I'll look it up. What the hell? Let's do that. We're going to keep playing this episode.
Is this what it's like to pay interest. Holy? Have you been here this whole time? So you know my plight. I'm usually not the vulnerable one, considering I am a shark after all. And no.
I forgot there's a holy mackerel wiki. It is just us that watches this effing thing. A Catholic apostolate based in Ferndale, Michigan. Can't stress enough. Oh my God. Anyway, sorry, I just saw something, but I can't stress enough. They have been excommunicated. The Catholic Church has said these are not Catholics. They've literally been given the harshest punishment one can by the church. I've never seen season 9. Season 9 is Star Mac instead of Star Trek, the prime rib directive. They go sci-fi. Oh, okay. So, holy mackerel. Who? Occupation, Canon 1251 enforcer. Species, mackerel, general male. Portrayed by, dang it, himself. Dang it, dang it, dang it. It's, oh. I must know. I want to become like the J. Jonah Jameson of Holy Mackerel. I want to constantly try to unmask the Mac. I want to find out who this is. I want to send bounty hunters to discover who it is, just so I can shake their hands. Latino Mufune, how did they get excommunicated? They did 2 things that were really not appreciated by the church. Now, it's important to say the Catholic Church always said that they were out of line. Like, there was not a point where the Catholic Church endorsed the church militant. No. But when we got a new pope, they were constantly dogging on the new pope and were saying that they did not follow the pope's leadership, which you can't do. That's Catholicism. There's a top person in Catholicism, and you either follow them or you're not following the religion. And then the second thing, Demon Mama did a better job of explaining it, but they don't agree with something called Vatican II, which is a new set which is basically what the Catholic Church has said. We're going to go into the 21st century with this set of beliefs that are modernized. And it's not a totally bizarre thing for a religion to do that. But basically, they said, we're not going to follow the direction the Catholic Church is going, and we're not going to follow the Pope. And so the Catholic Church said, okay, if you're not following the direction the church is going and you don't follow the church's leader, you are not a member of the church. So you don't get to say that you are a denomination of us, because you're not. And I'm saying that like, haha. It was an inter-church fight. It was an argument between faiths. But and I don't have a dog in that fight. But yeah, they were basically asking for it. It's not like they did small little things, and it certainly wasn't over the eating of meat or fish. But it did happen separate from Michael Voris's sex scandals. Ooh. Uh-oh. Man to the Pivot says, well, the young man with dark brown hair and a beard was wearing the same black jacket as Mackerel last week. What? Tinkerbell says the Church Militant has a Rumble page with more than 8,000 followers. Wild. The Church Militant does not exist anymore, though, so I don't know how that, like, why they would even still be making content. And before it ceased to exist, it got taken over by with their own people. It doesn't matter. Shade, I'm trying to see what you're saying that you could be wrong about, but I don't see the comment at all. Oh, maybe. Is Milo that husky? Oh, okay. I don't know, man. I'm not good at... they are very good, I guess I should say, at disguising their characters. I can't tell
wants to
who's who.
befriend a shark.
Oh, I don't know, Mackerel. You're sort of exactly should not be friends with a shark.
Really?
But okay.
You think of us as friends? Even after I demoted you to janitor? So you're telling me that last year Michael Vorse fired you, and you offered up all of your sufferings from that for him and the apostolate, and now that I have demoted you to janitor, you're offering up all of that for me and the others? Holy cow, you're the best friend a shark could have. Holy cow! Didn't I tell you to never return to the premises? Holy cow! I'm glad you returned. There is something I need to do I should have done a while ago. And I'm gonna need the two of you to help me out. Attention, everyone.
Hold on. I want to show you something. Because I keep saying... that Holy Cow reminds me like that they are taking inspiration from Harvey Birdman. Specifically when I see yeah, I was just gonna ask that, Pinkerbell. I saw an Advocate's comment. Shark's voice is a Milo cadence, right? I don't know. I agree with that. I even agree with the huskiness of it. But this is what I wonder about. Can Milo do an American accent? I don't think he's got the empathy to do an accent. But when I say that they're taking comedic beats from Harvey Birdman, this is what I'm talking about.
Or should I say, the deadly duplicator? Your reproductive days are over.
Needle-needle-dee.
We'll see about that, Birdman, and Birdman, and Birdman, and Birdman, and Birdman, and Birdman. Over here! Over here! Over here!
Of walnut burrow paneling out there.
You hear that like...
Ha ha ha! Not to scale. Dolphin.
So now when you have... Holy cow! Oh, wait. So when you have him go, holy cow, like this, listen for that bear-esque.
You're offering up all of that for me and the others? Holy cow, you're the best friend a shark could have. Holy cow! Didn't I tell you to never return to the premises? Holy cow! I'm glad you returned. There is something I need to do I should have done a while ago. And I'm gonna need the two of you to help me out.
Yeah, it's almost a reference, Educate. It's I think it's homage or even just inspiration. I think they're like, okay, yeah, let's just take that and keep it going. Yeah, Birdman did do it better, but Birdman was done by professionals who had been in the game for a while. I'm just delighted to see where they got their inspiration. Also, fun fact, the guy that played Birdman was also on Veep.
Attention, everyone. Attention.
Can't remember.
Stop what you are doing and go to the Church Militant homepage immediately.
No longer exists the Church Militant homepage. Was that true? My word. 197,000 followers on Facebook. I tell you, Facebook really became a cesspool at a certain point. Bear in mind that, as Pinkerbell pointed out, they had 8,000 followers on Rumble, but they had nearly 200,000 followers on Facebook. This tells you the problems with Facebook, man. I don't know. Latina Mufune says this show is a very Adult Swim vibe. There's some disagreement about that. I guess it would depend on what era of Adult Swim. They're more comfortable with live action more and more, but the chaos of it, the absurdity does feel very Adult Swim, and the quick humor. But I have to tell you, even despite the fact that, and again, I must clarify every time, this is a hate group. This is a group united because of their hatred of people. Despite that, there is a wholesomeness to this that I really am a sucker for. What was the Mario tab? What was that's? Oh yeah, yeah. It's too blurry for me to see. Yeah, it's blurry the whole time. But I suspect that has to do with one of their previous episodes that was partially animated. There's also just Catholicism.org on there. And whatever SMM is, probably just some standard app.
Ready on prompter? Ready on camera? Here we go.
The Whirlpool with launch.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Whirlpool, where sunshine and bubbles distract from the lurking dangers beneath. I am Loanshark. When I was a young pup, believe it or not, I was an actor. The work was okay, but I always wanted to fulfill my dreams of being a lender. So I left LA and went to Detroit.
Hey! Okay. F you, buddy. Okay, so many things. I just want to say how appreciative I am that they imply that he was the shark that attacked Batman. Second of all, ooh, I get so angry, annoyed, not really angry, but I get annoyed with Michiganders who dog on Detroit, even if it's true. Damn it, knock it off. We're trying to work on this town's reputation. It's not that bad anymore. It is that bad, actually, if I'm being honest. That's a building that I believe is still in there, is still there in that very state. I don't actually recognize the building, bear in mind. I'm just saying that based on the fact that we have so many derelict buildings. Anyway,
I felt like the
genuinely
king
funny.
of the sea collecting debt from my borrowers.
I have to say, I might just steal this method of delivering visual humor like this, though. God dang.
So I left LA and went to Detroit. I felt like the king of the sea collecting debt from my borrowers. However, I never realized that there was something missing in my career as a lender. I thought I had it all until today. This is Holy Mackerel. He is the janitor here and my friend. Before today, I didn't even know I had a friend. I don't really know what it's like to have a friend. I've never had one.
Oh.
Turns out, charging interest doesn't make people happy to see you. If you're busy trying to make a profit off of everything you give away, well then, it isn't really giving, now is it? I have taken too much, and for that I am sorry. It is about time I give something back. As CEO of Church Militant, I am promoting Holy Mackerel, my friend, to Lenten Friday No Meat Enforcer. Also, Holy Cow is henceforth permitted on the premises. And my final act as CEO of Church Militant,
Final act?
I, Lone Shark, am resigning my position and giving the company back to the fine members of this apostolate.
Yes! Yes! He's resigning! This is awesome! Yeah! Yeah! Woo!
I'm sure it'll happen.
Yeah! Woo!
Magican, I gotta say, this may be unbingeable. Unbingoable. This may be unbingoable. Fair enough. Yeah, cleaning ladies back. They have arcs. They have like I've actually invested. I can't believe we made it through the Loan Shark arc. We made it through the homeless arc, the Loan Shark arc. I don't even know how we're gonna get to the Star Trek arc. Oh, let's just enjoy this victorious moment.
I see what you did there, Lord.
And as my final act as CEO of Church Militant, I want to wish everyone a good Friday.
Produced by who? Charles Hornbach. The homeless arc, the Loan Shark arc, the Frieza arc. Oh, I gotta mute it. We are gonna get Loan Shark is Loan Shark. Everybody has themselves, basically. Hopefully not the Army's arc. Indeed. Yo, wait a minute. Whoever he is, says Shade Dragon, he can't really dance. That's fair. Look, I just saw something that might blow your minds. Only you and maybe Demon Mama's crew will find this interesting. Be ready to tell them about this if they don't know already. Joe Enders brings on Charlie Hornbacher, the creative mind behind Church Militant's hit Lenten show, Holy Mackerel. And they both react to some of Charlie's favorite Holy Mackerel clips and add context and behind-the-scenes stories. I think this person, if I had to guess, probably not a good person. I suspect all the folks we're going to see, probably not great folks. But I'm desperate to see what Charlie Hornbacher looks like, because I think Charlie Hornbacher is holy mackerel. And I certainly want to hear behind the scenes facts. So with a rare me not liking the actual video, we're going to watch some of this.
The Green Top Report. I'm your host, Joseph McEnders, and
Yes, the holy mackerel. Well,
so that's the guy. That's Charlie Hornbacher. Son of a gun.
about 9 years ago, we came up with the idea based off of a Japanese panda bear that sold cheese. And he was angry if you didn't buy the right cheese, and he'd like tip over your cart. It was a Japanese commercial. So someone came up with the idea, hey, people trying to eat.
We had the same frickin' what do you call it, journey together. I thought it was him, but then maybe not. That's the guy wearing the same black jacket. That's who I thought you were talking about. Look, Amanda, the pivot, I would have said you were wrong before, but now much more evidence that you're right. However, the problem is this, and I'm not trying to be cruel here. Just I'm a husky gentleman myself, but that guy's got quite a spare tire. You see, he's got quite a spare tire around the midsection. And holy mackerel isn't in great shape, but also I don't know that they have the same physical build is all. This dude looks a little bit I don't know. Anyway, interesting to hear that holy mackerel comes from this Japanese ad.
Meat during Lenten Fridays, holy mackerel stops you. Holy mackerel just smacks the burger out of your hand. And so if you're still kind of confused, we have the very first episode of the holy mackerel ever produced ready to play right here, Ronan.
Ooh, let's check it out. Let's do it, dude.
You see, he looks a little more lean.
Ooh.
Bro, he's not playing.
Not at all. So,
smash.
Yeah.
So he's not playing
He's
around.
not playing around. You try to eat meat on a Lenten Friday, holy mackerel's going to come and get you.
By the way, guys, Canon 1251 says that you cannot eat meat on Fridays during Lent. So probably shouldn't do that.
Don't do it. Just don't do it.
So this episode, I like it because it's like a nice 30-second short.
Yeah. Now, that was season 1. Season 2 was very short and kind of forgettable. Season 3, I took over the Holy Mackerel project, and that entire season, every Friday.
Now that's interesting. So it started off with somebody else, I guess, in charge, and then he took over. I gotta tell you, he's pretty darn good at because I enjoyed season 3. I know. What a fucking world we're in right now. Oy.
Day of Lent, there was a brief, short, little commercial-like episode of the Holy Mackerel. But in season 4, we made it into a full-fledged story. In that story, Holy Mackerel gets fired because whenever he destroys meat, he makes a big old mess.
Holy, what I'm trying to tell you is you're fired.
Turn in your keys. Let's go.
And so by the second episode, we all learned, we all had to learn how to not eat meat on Fridays because Holy Mackerel was there to remind us. And so we have this little clip here of all of us people at CM. What would we do if, what would the Holy Mackerel do? What would we do if the Holy Mackerel wasn't there and we had to not eat meat? So
maybe
you got a
this one
clip
out,
of that.
Ronan?
What would the Holy Mackerel do?
Well, that's a double quarter pounder, dude.
Yeah.
I could really go for one right now.
So he has that wristband that says WWHMD. This guitar music is I think Rodney Pelletier actually just jamming that mackerel music that was in the first one. That was fun. There's our boy Max.
It's not good. Oh, Monica. She got the rolling pin.
Oh, yeah. We're based here at Church Milton.
Not on Fridays.
Yeah.
Oh! That's a KO.
Oh, yeah.
That's a KO.
KO!
This is the most insane thing of all time, guys! He's destroying the meat! He's destroying the meat.
So each season, I got to come up with a new, fresh idea of what to do with the Holy Mackerel. And in season 5, I was trying to think what could top Holy Mackerel getting fired. So I came up with a whole new character called Loan Shark. Loan Shark took over Church Militant, and he was the owner of it. He's the CEO.
I'll need new business cards. They should say Loan Shark, CEO of Church Militant.
And he's a loan shark. He gives out loans at a high interest rate. And we did a little special episode with our own Monica Drope. And
okay. So, just to give a little context, because they're not giving it in this interview. Well, maybe they wouldn't, because this interview was 6 years ago. The church was starting to have financial problems when he did that episode. And the loan shark thing, literally, it doesn't come out of nowhere. It like mimics a scandal that was going on with the church and loans they had taken. Just wild. Can you tell, Shade Dragon, can you tell I was raised trad Cath? 100%. Yes, you have the sort of knowledge that only a somebody who is of the culture or has left the culture tends to have. Basically, only devout Catholics or devout atheists know that much about the details. Yeah. Look at this. Y'all know your stuff. I am not a Catholic specific. Oh, Pinkerbell. I'm old enough to remember pork, the other white meat. All right, that was a good little behind the scenes thing. But I gotta tell you, I wanna go back to celebrating Holy Mackerel's victory. He's now back in the position he was meant to be in. Oh, I wish I could play this music. I really do. I'm going to try to play it slightly. It is worth pointing out that he's, he's not terrible. He doesn't have rhythm, but he is comfortable moving his body. Oh my God, the skull on the desk. What's going on there? Do we have a post credits? No. Okay. All right, new season, gang. What time is it? Oh, we got time. I didn't say it. Kami Pope is all right. Let's go up. Oh my God, Shade Dragon. In response to this question, Tradcath asked Latino Mafune of Shade Dragon, like your family rejected Vatican II. Sigh, says Shade Dragon. My grandma called the Pope at the time a commie and a liberal. Oy, She said we didn't have to listen to him. Whew. Oh my God. It's especially ironic considering her entire ethnic group got excommunicated in the 1400s. Oh, yeah. The Huguenots? I don't know my history. Now, this is interesting. Dustmite the Boomer says, new release of Epstein files. I bet it wasn't all the rest of them, but just a batch. Wondering if the Lemon and Fort arrests are a distraction. Probably. Probably that's exactly what's going on. New Epstein files released today. First thing that pops up. What a world we are living in. Could anything be more stereotypical than attempting to lie to her God? I don't know, man. People. Religion is odd, and it is necessarily odd. You know what's something we don't question, though, is that it's wrong to diddle kids. No! The mom from Home Alone? Oh. Catherine O'Hara, Schitt's Creek and Home Alone star, dies at 71. Catherine O'Hara, a veteran actor who starred in Home Alone, Schitt's Creek, and Best in Show, has died, her manager confirmed to Variety. She was 71. O'Hara died Friday at her home in Los Angeles following a brief illness. O'Hara's Hollywood career spanned 5 decades, beginning with the Canadian sketch comedy series Second City Television, for which she earned her first Emmy. O'Hara went on to star in films such as After Hours, Beetlejuice, and the first 2 Home Alone movies, in which she played the mother of Macaulay Culkin's character Kevin. O'Hara maintained a close friendship with Culkin and honored him at his Walk of Fame ceremony in 2023. Well, we don't know what the cause of death was. Yeah, that's a bummer. I mean, that is well and truly a bummer. Oy. She was a good egg. Yeah, agreed, Latino Mufune. I admittedly only saw the first season because I am not a super fan of anything these days, but I agree. It was really good. She was funny, consistently funny. Hand her a script and she would find the humor in it and portray it well. All right, let's get some bad guys. U.S. Department of Justice releases 3 million new Epstein file documents. This is Al Jazeera reporting by various news agencies. Well, the United States Department of Justice has released a massive new tranche of investigative files related to the late financier and convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Child diddler and sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. At a news conference on Friday, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche said the department was releasing more than 3 million pages of documents, as well as more than 2,000 videos and 180,000 images. He said the release, pause. Hey, gang, if any of you is good at programming or working with AI to as a search function, now would be a great time to download those files first and foremost, and second of all, to scan them all, 180,000 pictures, scan them all for familiar faces. Yeah, wonder what Democrats they left unredacted this time. Well, I assume all of them all the time. But yeah, I mean, unless of course they bribed Trump. You know, we're gonna find things that they didn't mean to release. What actually excites me about the Epstein files is what you are suggesting here is that they will try to release something that will embarrass Democrats and draw all the attention. But what they will definitely do, because they are morons through and through, is accidentally release things that confirms Donald Trump's guilt, and then, you know, that's what the story is going to be about, because that's what it should be about. True, Latino Mafune. Liking and sharing the stream does help independent media. Also, now I was posting this previously, asking folks to send me to Minnesota so I could get clobbered by police. I was asking people that didn't like me. I'm going to ask y'all who presumably do like me. I need funding to travel around and interfere with bad people doing bad things. If you would like me to go to Minnesota, I put $5,000 as the goal there. I don't actually require $5,000. I don't know how much it would cost to go to Minnesota. Probably a couple of $100, all said and all told. That's why I chose GoFundMe, is because any amount of money that you raise, you can withdraw. So that's what I'm going for. I'm going for enough money to get me to Minnesota and to stay, hopefully, for at least a couple of days. I can't imagine there's a hotel room that costs less than $50 a night. I can't imagine I'm going to get there for less than $50 or get back for less than $50. So all told, I need at least a couple of $100 to make it to Minnesota. If you would like to help make that happen, donate at the GoFundMe link. I will do streams from the road, but I don't want this era to pass without having some representatives from Michigan there. I don't want Minnesota to say we stood alone. I want to go, and I would like it very much if you would send me. Can't go on my own. Literally don't have the money. If I were to attempt that, by the time I arrive, ICE will be in a new state, because I would have to physically walk there, and it would take me weeks. So if you want to help me out, do consider doing that. Let's go back to the gross diddlers. Today's release marks the end of a very... Oh. What the hell? He said the release means the department has met a legal requirement passed by Congress last year. No, it hasn't. There was 22 million pages left, not 3 million. Today's release marks the end of a very comprehensive document identification and review process to ensure transparency to the American people in compliance with the Act, Blanche said. But the administration of President Donald Trump has faced scrutiny over the pacing of the file's release and redaction within the published documents. Trump himself has been confronted with questions about his past relationship with Epstein, who cultivated a roster of influential contacts. On Friday, Blanche dismissed rumors that the Justice Department had sought to protect powerful individuals, including Trump. They're not rumors, though. It's just true. That is what the Justice Department did. We have proof. You don't have to say it's a rumor. You don't have to say any of that. Here's proof. They released one picture that was blacked out. All the people in it were blacked out. But what they didn't realize was that picture was already out there in the public. And so when you look at the unredacted version of that picture, who's in it? Well, Donald Trump. If you Control F search for Trump's name in these released Epstein files, doesn't turn up. You can't find it. But if you put in Control F Trump period, they forgot to make that unsearchable. So that appears over 160 times in the Epstein files. Let me say it again. Sentences that end with Trump. Sentences that in which the last word in them is the word Trump appear over 160 times in the Epstein files. Oh yeah, that's the name of the stream, Latino Mufune. They arrested him not even for being not even for protesting, but for having witnessed and recorded the protest. Yeah, this is well put. We don't need trust me, bro. We need the legally redacted documents. Yeah. Illegally redacted documents. Absolutely. And Georgia Ford in front of her children. Absolutely. Her children were crying as their mother was taken away from them. Fascism is here, gang. That is what this is. Back to it. Well, Trump has acknowledged a years-long friendship with the child sex trafficker. He has denied any knowledge of the underage sex trafficking ring that prosecutors say Epstein led, even though Epstein led it out of Mar-a-Lago. He took his victims from Mar-a-Lago, Trump's club. There's this built-in assumption that somehow there's this hidden tranche of information of men that we know about that we're covering up or that we're not. We're choosing not to prosecute, Blanche said. That is not the case. You're telling me you never asked these people? There's Donald Trump and famous child diddler Ghislaine Maxwell hanging out. I would say there are a bunch of people you are choosing not to prosecute. The Justice Department had initially missed a December 19th deadline set by Congress to release all the files. The publication is the result of the Epstein Files Transparency Act, which was published in November with bipartisan support to force the release of all federal documents pertaining to Epstein. Pause. So here's something that you should consider. Just because Republicans say they have released all the Epstein files does not mean they have. And further, if Democrats get into power, like, for example, this very year, if they win in the midterms, they can say, oh, look at this. Look at this. We just reviewed the files that were supposed to be released, and we notice that the previous folks that held our seats failed to uphold their legal obligation to release all of the Epstein files. So we don't need to wait for another act of Congress to pass. We already had an act of Congress pass. We are just going to fulfill that. In other words, you get more Democrats in there, you are more likely to get the release of the rest of this. Dr. Gregory Hensley says rich people stick together 100%. Somebody started calling them the Epstein class, and I like that assessment. In response to the law, the Justice Department said it had tasked hundreds of lawyers with reviewing the records to determine what needs to be blacked out to protect the identities of sexual abuse victims. Although we saw they did not do that. They protected the identities of sexual abusers and powerful people. Blanche said the department withheld any materials that could jeopardize ongoing investigations or expose potential victims. All women in the Epstein files, other than Ghislaine Maxwell, an ex-girlfriend who was also convicted of child sex trafficking and raping children, let's be blunt, have been obscured from the videos and images being released on Friday, according to Blanche. In the past, some of Epstein's victims have slammed the department's redactions and withholdings as excessive, with critics pointing out that previously published documents were among the files blacked out. Yeah. In December, the Justice... Let's talk about, though. Why did they point that out? Because it demonstrated that they were covering up people who were neither victims nor were under investigation. In December, the Justice Department released an initial batch of Epstein-related documents, though it fell short of the publication mandated by November's law. That release, however, included previously unreleased flight logs showing that Trump flew on Epstein's private jet in the 90s. Those trips appeared to happen before Trump had said the pair had a falling out. The recent releases also contain images showing prominent individuals like tech billionaire Bill Gates, former advisor Steve Bannon, director Woody Allen, and former U.S. President Bill Clinton socializing with Epstein, sometimes on his private island. Just to be clear, this is not entirely to say that these people are all diddlers. I do think these people are all diddlers, but they could all of them could not be diddlers, and I would still have a problem with them hanging out with Epstein the way they did. Because these people didn't get together and say, oh, what a villain this guy is. What a creep this guy is. He was around kids a lot. Kids he wasn't related to a lot. Girls specifically a lot. They could have said that. We know they know, or we know they knew, because we have correspondence between them joking about it. We have Trump with his usual inability to keep a secret saying, Jeffrey Epstein, he likes the ladies, and some of them, apparently, are on the younger side. They knew. That's my beef. They knew, and they chose to do nothing because it was beneficial to them, for whatever reason, to do nothing. To date, none of the individuals depicted in the releases have been charged with any crimes outside of Maxwell. Following her conviction in 2021, she is serving a 20-year prison sentence, though she has continued to deny any wrongdoing. Epstein died from what has been called a suicide by the Department of Justice in a New York jail cell in August of 2019. A month after he was indicted on federal sex trafficking charges. Donald Trump killed Jeffrey Epstein. Now, let me just say this. Donald Trump killed Jeffrey Epstein because Jeffrey Epstein was was threatening Donald Trump. He was saying, either pardon me or I'm going to tell them all what I know about you. And what I know about you is that you touched little kids. And so Donald Trump said, well, got to kill him. Then he threatened Ghislaine Maxwell's life. So just to be absolutely clear, I am certain that Donald Trump is a child rapist that murdered his child victim dealer because it was embarrassing to him. And if he would like to sue me over that, I welcome discovery. One of Epstein's victims, Virginia Roberts Giuffre, also filed lawsuits against him, accusing him of arranging sexual encounters with politicians, business titans, academics, and other influential figures while she was underage. Of all the men identified by Giuffre, who died in April 2025 in Australia, have denied the allegations. Virginia Giuffre died in April of 2025. I'm glad we're not even going to dishonor ourselves by pretending like that was suicide. Among the people she accused was Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, formerly known as Prince Andrew, who denied the claims but settled a lawsuit filed by Giuffre for an undisclosed sum. In October, his brother, King Charles III of the United Kingdom, stripped Mountbatten Windsor of his royal titles as a result of the controversy. All right. We got files to look through and miles to go. Latino Mafune points out that Trump called his own daughter a nice piece of ass during a televised interview. He also pointed at a 10-year-old girl, or an 8-year-old girl. Let's say a 10-year-old girl, and said, "I'm going to be dating her in 10 years." This was when he was in his 50s. Very strange for you to notice those sexual aspects of those sexual characteristics of a child that you think might develop in a decade or so. Very weird of you to be looking at a child like that, to make a joke about it. Pathetic of their family for laughing at the joke instead of beating his ass on the spot like they should have. What should have happened when Trump pointed at a man's daughter in front of him, his child, and said that he was going to be dating her, which is another way of saying fucking. He was going to put his cock inside that kid. That's what Trump was saying to this guy's face. His daughter will never fully be able to respect him because what that guy didn't do is leap over any barricades separating them and beat Trump's ass on the spot. That's the only appropriate thing to do when somebody says they're going to fuck your child. Shade Dragon says there is a theory that Epstein's operation was an international blackmail / intelligence operation. I could see that. I think I agree with that theory. Yeah, I agree with Dr. Gregory Hensley and Pinkerbell. The rich have class solidarity. We must as well. Yeah. That is one of many reasons, but amongst the main reasons why I am encouraging I'm encouraging folks who support ICE to try to unionize ICE, or at least to try to talk about what unionization could do for the folks that work at ICE. Is it because I actually think they will unionize? No, I don't. I think too many of them are bootlickers themselves because they're wearing the boots, but they also have bosses that treat them unfairly, and bootlickers love being treated unfairly. Too many of them are bootlickers, and also I just think the system is designed to crush unions, and they don't have a fighting spirit at ICE. But nonetheless, being honest with them about the way in which they are being screwed over as workers, for example, pointing out the fact that they've been promised $50,000, but it pays out over 5 years. And if they don't last that full 5 years, they have to pay back the $50,000. It's not even actually promised to go to them because it's paid out over 5 years, meaning that Trump's presidency will be up before then. By the way, the statute of limitation on crimes that they are committing, 5 years. It's a way for us to demonstrate to them that we're serious about workers' rights. And it costs us nothing, especially because I don't think they are going to actually achieve a union. And even if they were to achieve a union or not, either way, the process of attempting to achieve a union is going to cause friction that will show their folks that they are being lied to by the people who truly do belong in prison. I think most members of ICE that I have seen, the folks that are attacking people, assaulting them unprovoked, those folks got to go to jail. But Bavino, Nome, Trump, Bondi even, they got to go to prison. They got to spend at least a decade separated from society because they have attacked society. Yeah, Carly Wynn. It's gross, but no point in mincing words or softening Trump's monstrosity. True. And of the blackmail operation, Pinkerbell says, it's the most likely explanation for the totality of activities, the money and the illicit sex stuff. Blackmail operation. Yeah. The fact that he was taking pictures all the time. The fact that Jeffrey Epstein did not mind being seen as a creep. That's a technique too. He didn't mind being seen as a creep because that made having pictures with him dangerous. So he'd say, yeah, take a picture with me. Take a picture with me. Social manipulation. We're here. We're having fun. You got a couple of drinks in you. You're not thinking too quick. Take a picture with me. But then later, he's accused of awful stuff that he did do. Hey, look, I need a favor. I'm in a jam over here. It'd be a shame if people were to see those pictures of us hanging out and make assumptions about you. Also worth noting, rich people are fucking dumb. They don't have any survival instincts. They're taken care of all the time. So they don't really have any sense of self-preservation because they have normally other people to do that for them. But obviously they don't invite those people along to their child raping parties. Pinkerbell says they are setting these suckers up, inviting them to commit crimes and promising them money and protection. They will be left holding the bag. Yes, a very Trumpian scam. Yes. Oh, good point, Shade Dragon. I don't think it's a P tape Putin has. I think it's something islandy. But yeah, that comment was about ICE agents, but it applies for both. Absolutely. And actually, that comment as it pertains to ICE agents is something I want to talk about. But first, I would like to tell people why we are here at the top of the hour-ish. We are here because this is the Wicked Cookout. Wicked Cookout is when we take a day off of work. We invite over all of our friends to our house, and we try to starve the system of our resources. You're practicing for the general strike. The general strike will be when you do this until there is change. We might call one at any point. You might have to call one in your town if ICE invades it like it has invaded Minneapolis, but they are everywhere. So in solidarity with the people in Minneapolis right now, we are taking Friday off, as we did last Friday, and as we likely will next Friday because they keep killing people and they refuse to leave. Invite people over, explain to them why. Tell them that this is our way of fighting back. This is how we force the powers that be to do what we say, rather than just keep begging. You're not going to outshoot them. You are not going to do that. But it doesn't mean you cannot make them obey you. This is how you make them obey you. Start by just taking the day off work and invite people over for a party. When you invite people over, you are, during work hours for a party, you are striking a blow. Everybody that comes over is somebody who is not contributing to a billionaire's profit for that day. And if it's hard, if you have to lie to your boss, if you can't just be honest about what you're doing and why you're doing it, you gotta sneak around. You're worried you might lose your job and your health insurance as a result. You might die as a result of missing one day's work. Ask yourself what kind of system this is that you live in. Ask yourself whether or not you are free. Are you living the way you thought you'd live when you were a kid? If the answer is no, you got to be preparing for a general strike. But let's go back up to the ICE agent's comments. Yeah, don't feel bad about lying to your boss. They lie to you all the time. Pinkerbell's ICE agents comment. They are setting these suckers up. The ICE agents are getting set up, inviting them to commit crimes and promising them money, the $50,000, and protection, presumably pardons. They will be left holding the bag. A very Trumpian scam. I agree. And here's something I noticed early on when I was doing these vertical streams. Somebody said, "Now it's your turn." I was trying to figure out later on, like, what did they mean? Now it's your turn. They were talking about how ICE was invading towns and attacking people, and they said, "Now it's your turn." I realized belatedly they were talking about J6ers. And I don't think they realize that we have the same problem with Merrick Garland. They don't even know who Merrick Garland is, in truth. They only know Joe Biden. But the issue is we have the same problem with Joe Biden because Joe Biden appointed Merrick Garland. And we have the same disagreement about Merrick Garland. And that is this. They focused on the rioters and not the riot organizers. Now, they would have preferred that there be no criminal punishment whatsoever for their insurrection. I understand that, but that's not reasonable. However, it's pretty damning that we went after the smallest fish we could, and that's where we stopped. I remember reading to you guys a book that was about how RICO cases work. And it was about how you got to build up a bunch of small cases so that you can get them all pointing a finger at the top of their organization. Oh. What is everybody cooking today? I'm making pizza later. Ooh, I love it. And I saw this Latino Mufune. I just had bacon wrapped stuffed jalapenos. Ooh, mercy me. But they are setting them up because we have the same problem. All these folks on the right wing, think of how those news events were presented to them. When they were shown videos of January 6th, they were shown the speeches. They were shown people marching towards the Capitol as though that was the main event and not the riot at the Capitol. And when they were shown images of the riot at the Capitol, they were carefully chosen. They were carefully chosen to try to show the nicest version of events. When they saw people fighting with police, it would be a wide shot that they saw, allowing them to delude themselves in any way they could. And then what happens when they see when they see Alex Preddy getting murdered? They see police and some people apparently fighting before Alex Preddy goes down, and a moment later you start hearing the shots. They look at that very quickly and choose not to look at it very closely. I think because they know what they're going to see. I think because they know they're obviously in the wrong. But they remember they, quote unquote, they got punished. And they were lied to. They were lied to by the guy that brought them there. And that guy didn't get punished. So think about how that appears if you've only seen sympathetic shots of the January 6th rioters, the insurrectionists. You've only seen sympathetic camera footage of them. And the guy who asked them to go to this thing doesn't get punished. Well, if they were doing something illegal that they were asked to do by this guy, how come he's not getting punished? That thing must not have been illegal. So it's just Biden's Justice Department trying to go after Trump voters, you see. That's the story that gets told to them. Between the lines and sometimes literally just said to them. So they view this stuff that's happening now, this violence, the murder of 3 Americans, the disappearing of thousands of human beings, as fire with fire. Now, you and I know that's all nonsense. But I understand where they get their impressions from. And I would argue that you're going to make more progress if you can take a sympathetic tone, as Pink pointed out, to them as working class, to them as being in the same class we are. Take a sympathetic tone when discussing things like January 6th. And it's not because you even have to say that those people shouldn't have gone to prison. But you can still point out times where the world could have been more merciful to them that are illustrative of the broader points you're trying to make. Case in point, Trump knew that he tried an insurrection and failed when he was leaving office. Hence, he was leaving office. He wrote pardons for his friends, but he didn't pardon the J6ers. He demonstrated upon his return to office, he absolutely could have pardoned them at any time. He could have written a blanket pardon. Now, why didn't he? Well, because it would have made him look bad, would have made him look guilty. Even if you think, hey, if that's what you got to do to ensure he get back in office, it's worth it. Maybe it's worth it for you. Maybe it is. But the J6ers definitely did not realize they were signing up to spend a minimum of 4 years in prison. They did not know that's what they were signing up for, but that's what happened to them because Donald Trump didn't support them. Joe Biden chose to target them. Merrick Garland refused to allow people to say Donald Trump's name in relation to the investigation into the insurrection for a year. It wasn't until the January 6th committee embarrassed Merrick Garland that they started acknowledging that Trump was involved. They're not interested in capturing the people at the top because the people at the top are using the same techniques as they are, our people and theirs, the leaders of our parties. They don't have an interest in dealing with the powerful. They are happy to attack each other's bases, but not the people at the top. And now we have a repeat. So Trump did the same thing with January 6th. He promised them a great future for America. He promised them protection. He even said, I'm going to go with you to the Capitol before not going with them to the Capitol. And he left them holding the bag. And now he's doing it with ICE. He's saying, do these things. Do these things. Sign up to do these things. You'll get $50,000. Now, the $50,000 has to be approved not only by me, but by the next administration, whoever they are. Oh, and you don't get the $50,000 all at once. You get $10,000 a year. Oh, and if you disobey me, if you displease me in any way, I can not only fire you, but I can make you have to repay that money that you have been given. So it's not really what it seems to be. You don't even get the money unless you commit crimes for them, because if you commit crimes for them, you can get fired for not meeting your quotas. If you don't commit crimes for them, you can get fired for not meeting your quotas. But what's going to happen when they threw a lady down and sprayed mace directly into her eyes, when they shot out the eyes of the eye of a kid, when they killed Alex Preddy, when they murdered Alex Preddy, when they murdered Renee Good, when they murdered Keith Porter Jr., the next one that they murder, the assaults they're doing every day, so on and so forth. They're doing all these things to meet an unrealistic quota set by somebody who is only interested in stirring up hate so that you would pay it. His voters would take cruelty to brown people as proof of a job well done, as opposed to any measurement of wealth or health or success of the country. Purely, they are willing to measure in brown people harm. So an arbitrarily high quota was set. And these people, in attempting to meet that quota, are committing crimes. And when Trump is out of power, when MAGA loses power, on the way out, as you say, ICE will be left holding the bag. And to be clear, again, the people who are willing to commit these horrible atrocities for a relatively tiny amount of money deserve the prison sentences they will be getting. The murderers of Alex Preddy, Renee Good, and Keith Porter Jr. deserve to spend the rest of their lives in prison. Jonathan Ross, who murdered Renee Good, should spend the rest of his life in prison. Greg Bovino and Greg Bovino should spend the rest of his life in prison. But let me tell you, the actual way this ought to go, is that the leaders, Trump, Noem, and Bovino, and Pan Bondi, actually, even Kash Patel for his handling of the FBI, they need to go to prison first. They need to have the harshest sentences. They need to be made an example of. Because Pink's right. This is a very Trumpian scam, and it's time to demonstrate that this is not what we allow. Dell says, okay, this list is starting to sound like God tells us how we get to heaven. Oh, Jesus. Now, Pinkerbell asks a fascinating question here. And perhaps I will conclude with this on account of the fact that I'm going to have to get going to an event relatively soon, within 5 minutes, if I don't want to be late. Those guys got put on administrative leave. I wonder if they'll get their money. Hey, ICE agents, I'm willing to wave a temporary flag of truce for a moment to point something out to you. I had a more effeminate thing to wave around. Unfortunately, I cannot find it at the moment. Here we are. Temporary flag of truce for a moment. Your bonuses are contingent upon you staying on the job. If you commit a crime in an attempt to meet your quotas, which we already knew were unreasonable, you can be kicked off the job. At which point, you not only don't get your bonus, but you have to repay the bonus that you got. Don't commit a crime for your boss, ICE agents. I know you're willing to. I know you don't have the moral character to decide whether or not you ought to commit a crime. But out of self-interest, purely out of self-interest, bear in mind that if you commit a crime for your boss, you are possibly going to be on the hook for $50K to repay your old employee. Your old employer. As you have to defend yourself in a criminal court. Yeah, 30 pieces of silver. Plus, you got to repay it. Now, this is interesting. Gluteomyalgia says, files describe Trump forcing kids to do things to him. Wow. I know what I'm doing this weekend. Vomiting into a trash can. Because I will also be looking through the Epstein files. We'll see. This whole country is going to burn in hell for how we have allowed ourselves to exist over my lifetime. And because I am here and present now, I know that I will be there in hell with the rest of us, having earned my spot as well. Yeah, I honestly have to take shifts. Gluteomyalgia says, I had to stop reading them. It's disgusting. I honestly, I have to do it where, I do a little education on one day and then just talk about something totally different on another, because I can only handle the knowledge of so much evil. It's that bad. I'm going to be sleeping, I think, and cleaning and paying bills. Well, you know what, brother man? It's time for me to go to an event as well. So I think we will wrap this up for the day. Thank you for joining us for the WYCD Cookout. We're going to keep this going most likely next Friday as well. Because maybe we'll do music next time. A little dance party. I like that. I'm going to keep it going because ICE is still here, and so we still got to show up. However, in the meantime, this has been WYCD Wicked. That stands for What You Can Do. My name is Jake, and we'll see you around the corner. What does around the corner mean? I have no idea. Anyway, this is Donald James X.